All right, hello, hello, hello. How's it going there, Aaron? Good to see you. All right, so we start out with the weekly update. So this is announcement week, so we expect for announcements. So upcoming minor and major updates in 2024. So there's a nice picture. I haven't looked at who these are by, but that's a cool looking ship. Dear Stormworks, this week is announcement week with minor updates planned. Let me actually just record this really quick. Upcoming minor and major updates in 2024. Dear Stormworkers, this week is announcement week with minor updates planned for next week, the 8th of December, and also every 2 weeks following as normal. Next week is mostly fixes and improvements, but does include a minor new feature. While we are using the majority of our time for fixes, we are reserving a small amount of time to introduce smaller new features and plan to add something new on average every 4 weeks. So that's good to hear. Still focusing on fixes, and we're still getting some new stuff. I think that's a good balance at the moment. Nice, looks like Sukhoi there. We're planning the usual 3 major updates, and next year should bring 4 of these. So that's good to hear, 4 major updates for 2024. We're carefully listening to players, and the next year's majors will be highly requested features. I'm thinking, personally, if I were to guess, fishing would be a major. I don't think fishing's enough for a DLC. I think DLC has to add something new to the game, and so when talking about what a DLC is, like you think about Industrial Frontier added a new biome, it added new mechanics like mining, added a lot of landmass. That is something that you could ask somebody to pay for. I think adding just fishing in general, I doubt that would be something that would really be conducive to a DLC. I think fishing is more of a major. If we do remember, pressure mechanics was one of the voted for items in the poll. Let me see if I can find the poll. And, you know, that came as a major. You know, I keep seeing this on a daily basis. People thinking the DLC, quote-unquote, broke the game. It wasn't the DLC. It was the pressure update that changed a lot of the game. They coincided with each other. They came out at the same time. The pressure update dropped the same time as space, and it makes sense. There were a bunch of things that we needed for space, like the ability to have life support systems, which, you know, I think are best done with pressure mechanics. And so that was, you know, it coincided. So that was a major update, the pressure update. That is not... that's not the DLC, so you keep seeing people say, oh, roll back the Space DLC. Space DLC did not cause most of these quote-unquote problems. It was pressure changes. Any change might make it so that you have to re-engineer your vehicle. And so a lot of people step broke with that. And there are certain things that are not working as well as they should be. And that's, you know, they're talking right here that they're spending the majority of the time doing fixes. So that's cool. But 4 major updates, that's exciting. Some good new content. So I think that'll be really cool. We are currently not planning more DLCs for Stormworks in 24. Our focus will be on quality improvements and highly requested features. So I think some of this is to try to quiet down some of that backlash. You know, you have some people who are, oh, don't make it a DLC, make it free. I think DLCs are fine. You know, I think they've done a good job with it where we still get to use the parts cosmetically. Even if you didn't want to buy weapons DLC, you could still use the parts cosmetically. Like, for example, you use battle cannon pieces are one of your best weight block pieces, are the battle cannon extensions. You don't have to buy the weapons DLC, you just can't shoot that. I think they do a pretty good job of that. Like, if you didn't want to buy space DLC, you're really not missing out on anything if you don't want to go to space. If you don't want to go to space, don't buy space DLC. You know, you get all these pressure mechanics. We're part of a major update. We all get that. So I think that's fine. You know, that they're, you know, I would like another DLC. I think it's always good just because it helps finance the game and new revenue sources. But I think this is part of them trying to, you know, kind of recover from this. And so I don't disagree with it on a PR level. I think that's actually pretty good. But I think that's going to be cool. 4 new majors, some things we're looking for. If I were to guess, I would say fishing's in there. Fishing, I don't think is all that challenging. They're not changing game mechanics. I think fishing is a lot more challenging than, say, sails. Sails, for example, if I were to like sails, I don't want block sails. I would want cloth sails. And then you have to worry about ropes. You know, a lot of sails, you know, most sails, are connected via rope. You'll have cables holding up masts. So I think that would require a big rework with ropes, and you would need cloth physics, which for games who've talked about cloth physics, That is very difficult. To make cloth look good, let me see if I could find it. Let's see, Star Citizen spent an inordinate amount of time working on cloth physics. And it was just like, and it doesn't have to be, you know, it doesn't have to be to that level because it's a different, like, Star Citizen trying to be more realistic of a looking game. Stormworks trying to look a little bit more cartoony. But, like, the cloth physics is, you know, you need, I think you would need some level of cloth physics in order to, you know, to make sales, I think, a little bit different and fun. I think banging around with blocks would be silly. You'd have to worry about blocks glitching into one another. You know, they did talk, they worked on sales, and they weren't happy with the, with how it came out, so wouldn't surprise me if they took another bite at the apple and went back. But I would think they'd need to do rework on ropes, and they'd have to rework on cloth physics to try to make sales reasonable, I think. So let's see. We continue. Work continues on Not Stormworks 2. If you're not familiar, Not Stormworks 2 is a new game that we are working on. Only one thing is known for sure. It's not a sequel to Stormworks. Stormworks will continue for a long time and isn't affected by this other game. We will announce more info in 24. For those who may have missed it, you know, I do these weekly updates every week, so there was a community-driven controversy that was, I think, pretty much unfair to the devs on a large scale, because what happened was the devs put out what I thought was a pretty clear message, that they are starting work on another game that's going to be kind of like Stormworks, but it's not a sequel to Stormworks. Then you had some YouTubers came out and they said that they're abandoning Stormworks and they're going on to this new game. The sky is falling, the earth is breaking apart, lava is going to come up and burn everybody. And they went on this anti-hype train and they spread a bunch of misinformation. I was in one of the videos where somebody was doing that, and I was trying to rein them in, like, dude, they didn't say any of these things. And if you actually go back and you read that announcement, I think it was pretty clear. They talked about, you know, that they were starting this new game and they were still working on Stormworks. But you had some people in the community on Reddit got on this, and then people, instead of reading the actual statement from the company, read what some dude on Reddit said or some dude on a YouTube said. And then they extrapolated that they were done with Stormworks. And then the next week, they came out and said, no, we're planning, you know, well into 2024 with updates for Stormworks. We're not abandoning the game. So you had so many people yelling they're abandoning the game, and they never said that. And so I think that's one reason why, and I wish, you know, I had wished that the devs would be crystal clear like this. So I really like this line here. You know, Stormworks will continue for a long time. That is the kind of thing they have to do, because unfortunately, the devs have to kind of think about what the hell the community is going to start ginning up for controversy. And you're going to get some people, I don't think the people who were spreading this misinformation weren't doing it vindictively, but they didn't read clearly, and then they clung on to some words, and they put their own narrative in there. And they said, oh, Stormworks is dead. They're working on the new game. Game is dead. Oh, my God, game dead. And then you had some people on Reddit read that as though it was gospel. And so the devs had to come back. And so I think good declarative statements like this, Stormworks will continue for a long time and isn't affected by the other game. So this happens a lot. For example, you'll get let's say you get a large development studio. Let's say, I don't know, Take-Two. Take-Two has a small group of people working on, say, Grand Theft Auto 206, okay? And they're doing the first stages of Grand Theft Auto 206 because they're on Red Dead Redemption 407. And so the majority of the people are on Red Dead, then a small group is on the new GTA, and then when the group finishes up with Red Dead and it launches, all those workers now move on to the new Grand Theft Auto, which has been already started by a small dev team. Now you have a big dev team working on the new GTA, and then now the Red Dead team is very small for maintenance. And so that's usually how I understand it to work. And so it would not surprise me if, you know, they are bringing on more people for another game. They're doing some of the background work for this other game. So, you know, it says, and it isn't affected by this other game. Doesn't surprise me. Often what they'll do is, you know, for example, every week in the discussion, you'll see somebody like, stop updating stormworks and update carrier command. 1, go over the carrier command forum and talk on there. But 2, you know, so from that person's thing, they might not be, you know, I don't know any of this. So again, don't take what I say as gospel. But, you know, let's say that, let's say they were done with carrier command. Okay, and they had some devs who their primary job was working on carrier command. So they might go, hey, you guys are done with carrier command. Why don't you guys move on to not stormworks 2? And then the guys who normally work on stormworks will continue to work on stormworks. That's often how they'll do it, is they'll move people around. So, you know, the people for this next game could be coming from one of their other games. So I'm glad they did really clear here, because watch, you will see a bunch of people saying stuff that doesn't sound anything like what was actually written. So I always recommend come in here. This is why usually when I read these, I just read them verbatim. They're locked in, they're verbatim, they're whatever they've said exactly. I don't put too much commentary on it. I did this time, but because it was short. You know, much love stormworks developers. So pretty simple on this, but some good stuff, I think. You know, we've got, you know, we're going to be getting some parts. They are definitely, you know, they're doing a good job, I think, with PR a little bit better now. They're being clear. They're addressing people's concerns. I think some of these gaslighting comments that came out a couple weeks ago were nonsense. You know, just disgruntled people going to be disgruntled. But, you know, so that, like, they talked very clearly here. They talk about more fixes and improvements next week. But it does include a new minor feature. So I like that. You know, some people are like, oh, don't do any more. Don't add to the game anymore. Just do fixes. No. I think you need a balance. You know, somebody like me who is a target audience for this game who likes to build, I love new parts. New parts means new creations. That could give somebody hundreds of hours of new fun, just a couple new parts. Like the new physics sensor, I love. I've been converting everything I have over to the new physics sensor. New parts are great. A lot of us want new parts. You can't just do fixes. You need to do a balance. So most of it's, you know, it says mostly fixes, which is good. That addresses the concern. There are still some things. For example, there are known issues with cooling at the moment. Steam is working. It's not working like it used to. So some people who don't want to change their builds say it's broken. I put out some tutorials. If you want to get your Steam stuff working, that works. There might be some other things that are not working. But so again, they're focused on mainly fixes. We are getting some new features. We're also getting 4 major updates, which is really good. I'm really looking forward to that. So really cool. I think that looks good for 2024. Usually we get these wrap-ups around December for most games, as especially in civilized nations where they have actual holiday breaks. You know, they could be going off on holiday breaks. So starting to kind of wrap up the year. But let's say hello to everyone. How's it going, Citrus? How's it going, FS? Said hello to Aaron. How's it going there, Rasmus? Good to see you. Sequoias and Migs look the same. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to describe like how the Sequoia looks sometime. Not much, Zachy. All right, so did a little bit of work off screen on the submarine. Not a ton. So I took it on a good test run down to the bottom of the ocean. So we'll go through some stuff I've worked on here. So let's see. So one thing I did was... you know, when this fills up, when the airlock fills up with water, it's going to add a lot of mass. So it holds 2156 liters. So you're talking about, you know, 2,156 kilograms of water. So you're talking 4,000 pounds plus of water. More than that, probably 4,600 pounds of water. That's a lot of water in here. So if I fill my ballast tanks to neutral buoyancy, and then I add another 2156 you know, kilograms of water into my ballast tank, into my airlock, now we're going to be heavier and we're going to sink. And so what this does is very simply it takes the amount of water that's in here, and let's say I type in I want I don't know, 5,000 liters of water in my ballast tanks. What it will do is take 5,000 and it will subtract however many liters are in here. So currently this is empty, so it'll be 5,000 minus 0. If I then go, let's say I'm at the bottom of the ocean, right? I have 5,000 liters in my ballast tank, and I put 2156 in there. So it's going to be 5,000 minus 2156. So as this fills, the ballast tanks are going to empty out the amount of water that's in here. That way we maintain our ballast at the level that we've set. So that's something I did. Let's see what else we did. Master power systems. Let's get rid of infinite electricity. What else did I do in here? I don't know where I left off yesterday. So battery, volts, those are working. Generator, up and running. We have RPM, temperature, S watts. Currently, we're not rolling on S watts. Fuel, port and starboard. We have a lot of fuel. We're talking over 3,000 liters of fuel. This does not burn a ton of fuel, so this should have a really, really good range. This is the storage of the tanks and atmospheres. This is the engine room in atmospheres. I need to put in some drive systems there. Let's see. This is dead right now. I need to work on the depth hold today. We have autopilot stuff is this and that. So let's go ahead and we'll move forward. I'll kind of show you where we're at. I'm going to close that hatch. I'm going to close this. Okay, hatch. This door can stay open. I just want to make sure the top hatch was closed. I need to work on. I have a an angular speed limiter on this, so it's like a steering stability system on this. I need to tune it a little bit. But let's go ahead and I'm just clearing the rock here. So let's put in a heading of 270. All right, and let's go heading hold, AP master, and we're going to turn to 270. And if we look at our compass there, you'll see we'll come up around 270. Go ahead, go full thrust here. So we need at least 20 knots submerged, which we get the same speed submerged as we do on top. So there's 20 knots. That's required for the challenge. So we have that. Can actually exceed it by a little bit. If you look at our voltmeter, we are losing electricity. That's why I like having a voltmeter. It just shows you a negative. If you're losing, it will also show you. So watch how easy it is for me to trim this so that I don't lose any electricity. So I'm just going to hold the page up and gently tap the down arrow. Now notice the voltmeter number changing as I change the throttle. That is allowing me to perfectly tune the engines in. So now we can run, let's go down a little bit more. So right now we are recharging, we're recharging the battery. Go a little bit lower and we'll keep recharging. So we're currently recharging the battery. We're not losing any battery now, and let's look at our speed. 20 knots. So we're oscillating between 19 and 20. So we can pretty much almost go 20 knots without having to slow down at all. So we do have to slow down a little. I kind of like that. It makes you have to actually pilot your craft. You have to kind of pay attention. Okay, we're at 80% battery. Maybe I want to pull it back a little bit. I'll put an emergency system that if we get below, say, 25% battery, it will automatically kick the thrust back. Again, all we have to do is we knock off literally like 1 knot. That's it. As you can see, we can still do 20 knots. That's the requirement for Big Man's Challenge without losing any voltage. So that's kind of nice. Losing a little bit there. We can probably knock it back a hair. But as you can see, we're barely losing any. We're at 97.5. You notice we're 3 decimal places off. If I kick it back again, you can see I can get it to actually climb. And there we're climbing. So you notice still 20 knots, and we are actually building electricity. So pretty good there. Really good cooling now. Currently there are some issues with cooling. I've been doing a bunch of testing. It would not surprise me if some of the fixes that are coming next week are going to be some of the cooling based stuff. If I were to guess, it would be something to do with pressure. Does not surprise me. You know, patience. Don't rebuild all your cooling systems. I talked about this yesterday. If you're having cooling problems, instead of and you don't want to rebuild your craft, don't do it. Go, you know, put in the custom menu, shut off engine overheating. It's very simple. Just do it. Because, you know, if you're somebody who's going to get frustrated by rebuilding your craft, don't do it. Turn off overheating. Likely, these things are going to get fixed. They're not, you know, they've showed over this last month that they're not going to leave these things broken. They are working on them, but they will take time. So I would highly recommend people don't just try to rebuild their craft. Just have a little patience. Wait. This stuff's going to get fixed over time. it would not surprise me if that's gonna is on the to-do list for next week for them. So let's see. This is depth under keel right here. Let's see what else we have to work on here. Let's see. Let's go ahead. We'll put a GPS coordinate in here. So we'll go over here. All right, we're gonna go put that in. I'm gonna select GPS nav. It is a bearing of 010, 5 nautical miles. We're gonna go ahead, take the heading hold off, and we'll turn to that waypoint. And there we go. So we'll be there in 16 minutes. So pretty good there. Go start filling the ballast. I do need to work on this depth hold. What I think I'm going to do is use the a big thing with autopilots is finding the right balance for your PID. And so what I think I'm going to do is start with one of my airplanes. We'll run the numbers on that because a depth hold is essentially the same as an altitude hold. And I'm gonna yank some of the logic off of that. Let's go. We'll go 8,000 on the ballast. Start pumping some ballast in. So like I said, what's going to happen is this ballast system will subtract whatever in the whatever in the airlock. That's, you know, the way we used to do this before the pressure update was, I'm currently stuck on the seat, which is moving. So let me get that seat to move. Okay, that's probably, let's see, we have is it moving? Those pneumatic pistons they love to get stuck. So I might have to change a seat system. You notice I'm getting all funky. That's the piston trying to move the seat. See it? It's getting stuck. I had this issue with the Antonov 2, so I'm gonna have to deal with it. All right, let's go ahead and go downstairs. So the way we used to do this before pressure was you couldn't really pump your water out because your pumps were not strong enough to push the water out. Now they are. And so we can overcome it, especially with air pressure. If you look at the thumbnail, I'll bring it up. If you look at the thumbnail from today, why do you not want to do what I want, PC? So here's the thumbnail from today. I took this sucker down to, it was over 200 meters of depth, and I went out in the airlock. The airlock fills very, very fast when I'm at that depth because you have all the water pressure is helping the pumps push it in. It's going to probably, it takes a little bit longer to pump out. It's not unreasonable though. It's actually not all that slow. It might have taken me 5 minutes to pump out, but it was very fast to pump in. So that was a pretty goob on that. So that was kind of cool to be able to go down there and get out. I was getting killed by the pressure of the water pressure, but you know, I just shut player damage off. So a little bit of decorating was done here last night. I have a new, this is my diving equipment there. So I have diving system, diving equipment here. So you come down, grab your diving equipment, then you go up into the airlock. I just don't have space to stick it up here. So you suit up down here. Also have a firefighting suit there. Put a couch. I did a little bit of detailing. I'm actually digging this. I did this by hand. It came out pretty good. It's kind of the frills under your couch, and then those are the legs. So just trying to decorate a couch a little bit more. I think that came out nice. I like that. I changed the head up a little bit. New, different flooring, different head with a shitter there. Redid just all white in the shower stall, kind of like that. I should put a light in there. Haven't done that yet. Can't go through this way, so you have to walk that way. I kind of like that. It makes it, you know, makes it feel like a tight space. You know, I don't want this to be like feel empty. I want this to be a tight space. I love motorhomes and you know, boats that people live upon because they really are very space conscious and you know, they're really, all the space is very tight. I really like that. It's kind of cool. Is you know, like if you live in a sailboat, for example, like there's storage everywhere. So like you have to lift up the couch, the storage into there. I kind of like that concept. So a little bit of work in here with that stuff, a little decorating, you know, pots and cups and stuff. I'd love them to do a decoration pass. Sink, change the sink up to radiation detector there, just to look like a faucet. We have stove is up and running here, so we have toggle the burners. So a little bit of detailing there. Looks like some pots in the stove. Then I have the oven is turned on. This dial isn't working. I need to fix that. Just, you know, you'd set the temperature. It's just fake, but that's in there. Finished up cabinets down here, so cabinets looking pretty good there. Fridge, I don't know if you guys saw the fridge, did that up. Redid a bunch of stuff in here. This is storage here for thermal clothing, firefighting suits. So likely, this is a diving suit. Likely this one's going to get changed out for a scuba outfit. And then your firefighting kit will be in there. So that's the closet. And then this is pretty cool, if I do say so myself. So this controls the, you can come down here and sit at the PC. And can't game, but you can work the camera. So let me see if I remember how to do this. So let's see. The top number is going to be FOV. So let's do 0.75. This is stabilized. So I'm using, again, this was another great update by the devs that I thought was awesome, was the gimbal update. This uses the XY coordinates of the gimbal, and it uses the physics sensor's tilt, so that even though we're zoomed way out there, you notice the camera is solid. Because as the craft bounces up and down in the waves, the gimbal will automatically is PID controlled, and it will automatically keep it nice and stable. So let's go up. We'll go up to a max value of 1 here. Gets a little bit shaky at 1 because that is a big zoom on 1. It might be. I need to fix the. I might just take out the side-to-side motion. Up-down's fine. The side-to-side's a mess. So I need to fix that. But up to 0.75, it's currently working all right. So, but that's kind of cool. And then if I go any number greater than 0 on that, we now have the FLIR. So we can use the FLIR as we're driving. So if I were to be down here and I'm not sure if we're going to hit something, I can just quickly jump in the seat and I can see that, yep, clear sailing straight ahead. So kind of neat feature on that. Oxygen, flashlight. So this room came out pretty nice here. Some paint in here. So I think the detailing's coming along pretty nicely. I might do probably do a carpet. Actually, I can't do a carpet. This is literally all the microcontrollers are in the floor now, so I can't do a carpet. But yeah, but coming along pretty nicely there. So that's pretty much what I've worked on last night. It was mostly decorating stuff and a couple things here and there. But I think it's coming along nicely. So let's go ahead and we'll recall this. Let me get it off of night, and we'll go back to day. But yeah, so I think decorating is getting close to being donezo. So let's actually, before we do this, let's look. So we came off the base. Where the hell are we? Where the hell are we? We came off the base here. We came over to here, and we've headed up here. So this is about our distance here. It's not a huge distance. Like, to put it in perspective, that waypoint is currently 3 nautical miles away. So not that far. So maybe we've done 10 nautical miles total at the very best. And we're down a grand total of maybe probably around, 1590, 1560, something like that. So let's say we're probably 200 liters in. So this is really fuel efficient. So we're only 200 liters in. So this thing should have an incredible range. And that's plenty of air in the tanks. We should probably be able to go underwater and stay underwater for a considerable amount of time. But snorkel automatically retracts, as showed you guys the other day. Where are we at water-wise? Still building ballast. But operates really well. I like it. I like it aesthetically. It's pleasing. I put a couple rope anchors, so we have one. Nope. Did they come off? Okay, I broke them. I got to put them back on. But I need a couple rope anchors on there. There's the bottom. I hit the bottom. A couple rope anchors on there, so that you can tow stuff with the submarine. Because one thing I'm going to do is I want to do the rescue missions where we have to bring up, say, a boat that's sunk to the bottom. And so what I'll do is I'll drag a cable down from Triton, likely, or a barge, and the cable will get brought down with this. You'll sit on the bottom, and then you'll hook a short rope. So remember, we have to be within 40 meters to hook into the rope. So what it will be is it will be, say, rope anchor, rope anchor, rope anchor. The rope anchor on the end will go to the crane. There'll be a rope attaching the submarine to the buckle, and then what you'll do is you'll undo the rope from the buckle and hook it to whatever is the crashed vehicle. We might have to do mag all for some, but we'll see. And then now you're attached, you go back up, and you just winch it up with a crane on Triton, so that should be fun. So let's read some chat here. Yep, thanks, FS. Yeah, I think it's coming along. What's what there, Tripper? Not much, just mostly did the, talked about the update for the weekly update. Yeah, there's really, like the 5x5s, that's, I meant to talk about cooling. Like, if you look right here on cooling temp, cooling is a piece of cake, man, right now. I have 2 5x5s going on this engine, and it stays ice cold, baby. It stays super icy. I also figured out, if you guys remember yesterday, the back of the sub was sitting low. I had left the block open and it was filling with water, so I fixed that. So now its balance is better. But sub's working really well, and so like this should be filling that storage tank back with air. If you look at our engine room, we're at 1.37 atmospheres, so we pissed a little air in there. So that has plenty of air to be able to breathe. So we should be able to breathe for a very long time. This number, I have not seen this number go below like 58 the entire time I've been testing this. So this thing should have a really good underwater range as well. So I don't see any sort of issue with this. This is going to be, okay, I did put rope anchors on. There's one on the bow, and there was one on the stern. I don't know what happened to it. But there's going to be one right above the propeller, and that way we can tow stuff with it. And this is, what is it, 56 blocks long, something like that. So our container's 29. I can probably lift this with Triton, but I don't know if I can fit it on the deck of Triton. So one thing I've done before submarines is I've just dragged them out there with Triton. Is I attach the bow to the stern of Triton, and I just drag it with Triton. So pretty good there. So go ahead and bring this in. So this should be really fuel efficient. This would be cool for missions too. It's 20 knots, doesn't sound fast because people want 300 knot boats, but 20 knots is pretty fast for an ocean-going vessel. You know, Triton will go 20. You know, so it matches Triton in speed. So it's you know, send this out on a mission is not too bad. Yeah. Yeah, rope anchor's right here now. I put one here last night. I must not have saved it. I'm gonna grab another rope anchor here. I meant to put one right here. So that'll be the other rope anchor. So that's gonna be, you know, if I need to take a cable down to pull a vehicle, to rescue a vehicle, you know, I'll do that. So weight-wise, we're only at 5,300 mass. That's Triton should have no problem because Triton pulls double containers with ease. That's like 3,000. So there's a couple thousand more than that, so it shouldn't have a problem pulling this. You figure the ballast tank's gonna be empty. Most of the mass under here is ballast water, so should be pretty easy to do. Let's go ahead and see what the hell this is. This is the computer. I think what I'm gonna do here is this. Which is though? I always forget which is which. Pitch yaw. Yeah, I don't remember which is which on this. I always forget that. I'll do that later. One of them I can get rid of. Just put the computer away. But I thought that was kind of cool. Like, have something like, you know, it's a pain when you're going along. You don't have windows that you have to kind of be like, oh crap, am I gonna hit something? And so this is kind of a cool thematic way to be able to, you know, you'll be able to just check on your progress without having to go back up top. So I don't have to like run up to the bridge every time I wanna do something, you know. Every time I want to, you know, see where my progress is. Like I can jump out of bed, make sure we're not hitting something, and we're good that way. Okay, good, perfect. Yeah, so I thought that was kind of a cool way to do it, and. Alright, so that's hidden. Let's see. We need to work on the depth hold. So I want to screw with my buttons again here. Because right now, this one shows depth under keel, and we want that. We want to know the distance between the bottom of the submarine and the and the ocean floor. That's important. So that as we're coming up on the ocean floor, you know, if we know that, like if I set a depth of 300 meters and we only have, you know, and we're at 200 meters and we only have 50 meters left, well, we're going to crash to the bottom. So it says, okay, I can't go to 300, maybe 240. So that tells me, okay, set this to 240. So I need depth under keel, I need the our current depth, and I need our set depth. So all that needs to go in here. So let's see. What are you? Let me check on this sucker. Depth hold. So we have set depth in meters. It's gonna be current depth. Current depth. Gauge vert. Negative 1,002. We'll change this one out to depth. What did I put on this one? Is that negative? That's negative. Okay. Alright, and then this is going to have to go into the depth panel as well. That's not a big deal. Go, what is that? A fin? Depth hold. What I might do is do current hold current depth. Then I'll probably do map of Earth. I don't know. I'm gonna have to set that again too. I could make it work here. I could make it work because this is important with the submarine, so I don't mind taking up a bunch of panel space for this. So what we'll do here is this one's going to be set depth, so we'll put how deep we want to go. Then this will be current depth in meters. Okay. This will be to decrease the depth, so to go up to the surface, we want to decrease that number. This will be set depth, that will increase it. All right, set depth there, that will increase the number. Okay, so then what I want to do is, I'm trying to think of the best way to do this to save some space. So what we'll do is we'll enable depth hold. It's going to be a button. That's going to be a toggle button on 5. Then I think what we'll do is we'll do floor mapping. And so what I was thinking of doing is if this number is 0, right? If this number is 0, it will follow these numbers. If this number is greater than 0, it will default to you know, depth mapping. And the I'm trying to think. Trying to think of a more elegant way to do this. So say, for example, say I want to, say that the ocean floor currently is at 250 meters. And that I know that the ocean is getting deeper and deeper and deeper. Okay, so I say, all right, it's going to take me a little while to get down there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a depth of 300 meters, okay? And I'm going to set 300 meters on the depth. It's then going, and I'm going to set a map of 10 meters. So what it's going to do is it's going to go down for 300 meters. Let's say we get down there and the ocean is not 300 meters deep yet. So what it will do is once it gets within 10 meters, it will switch over and automatically start following the map of the Earth. And even though we want 300 meters, it's going to switch into map of Earth mode until it gets to 300 meters. So what it'll do is go down. Once it gets, you know, say the depth is 250, so at 240 it will level out. And then as the ocean progressively gets deeper, it will start to follow the map of the Earth, and it will go down, down, down. Once it hits 300 meters, though, it will stay at 300 meters. So I might do something like that, I think. So let's go. So terrain following distance. So this is going to be based off of that depth under keel distance. So we'll do a dial on this one. And we'll set set a range of, so this one's going to be a positive number because this is the depth above the bottom. That's 6. I'll read chat in a second, guys. I know that's going. 7. You know, it'd be cool to do Lua, but I like the old analog gauges. I really do. I think they just, it looks kind of old school, and I like that. Depth. What is it? Terrain falling. Plus. So this will protect me from slamming into the bottom. So even if I ask too much of it, because like there were a couple of times there where the depth was showing like 200 meters, and then it was on its way up. So I said, okay, I want to go down to the bottom. I said 200 meters, and then we end up, and it only now because we've been traveling forward, it's only 150. Well, I'd hit the bottom and break something. And so now what it's going to do is, as long as I have a number in here, if I have a 0 in here, it's going to go right down, slam into the ground. So what it will do is, as soon as we get within this range, it's going to switch over, and it's going to say, hey, he wants 300, it's only 250, and we're only like, you know, we're 50 feet off the bottom, and he says 10 on here. So as soon as it hits 10, it's going to be like, nope, we're doing terrain falling mode. Switch over to terrain mode, and it's going to hold me, and then it's going to continue to go down in terrain falling mode, and then it's going to click back over. So a little bit complicated, but I like that. All right, that's terrain falling plus. Control C that. We'll go arrow button up. Push on that. Minus. Arrow button down. So I think that'll be a cool thing to do. You know, so I like that notion of that. Let's go green. Let's go black on that. There's something else that I wanted to go down on the stove. I want to do additive paint on these. Gotta figure out why my stove's funky. My stove's being a little funky right now. Let me fix something minor on my stove. Let's see, where's the micro for the stove? Right there. Check the numbers on this panel. Push 7 and 8. Make sure these are all connected. They are. Okay. So let's see, 7 and 8 on the stove. 7 and 8. Increment 1. Enabled. Why is that? Okay, that's probably why. That's what it is right there. I gotta figure out the channel. It's just reading out on the wrong channel. So this is just a visual thing. It just shows the temperature of the oven. So a little bit of a detail on there. That needs to be 6. All right, that will fix that. Read some chat here. Yeah, Grandma's couch. I like Grandma's couch. You know, I think that came out pretty well. Yeah, I got sidetracked with Rasmus' comment too. Is yeah, the cooling system. 5x5 radiators are very, very efficient now. One of the things that used to really dictate how well your cooling system worked was liters per second. The problem we're having with cooling now, in my estimation, is this. If you do a radiator, what you're doing is you're pumping from a manifold through a pump into the radiator, out of the pump back into the manifold. The engines are spawning with liquid, the radiators are spawning with liquid, and so you're able to move like something like 200 liters per second through the radiator. So you have very high flow rates, which is nice, and it's making them very much even OP. And so like this one has 2 5x5s. This one could probably work with 1 5x5, but I did it for symmetry reasons. And so this has no problem cooling. The problem you're having now is a lot of people are seawater cooling, and the issue there is that I don't know if it's a fluid port restriction or what, but we're getting like a maximum of like 10 liters per second coming out of the ocean. And so because of that, you're not able to get a high enough flow rate to be able to really pump all that much. So I'm wondering if, like, I'm doing a bunch of testing. That wouldn't surprise me if that's some of the fixes and improvements they do next week. So, you know, I do it for my own fun, but some of this testing. But I would not make huge changes to your systems. People keep ripping their ship apart. Then they make a small change. They get frustrated, and they say, oh, my God, what are they doing? It's like, dude, at this point, if you don't know they're doing a bunch of fixes and tested, again, this week, again, they've told you that's what they're doing. Hang out. If it's bothering you, shut off overheating and just wait, man. It's a week. Wait a week. See what they do. You know, it's been coming up on 2 months since the DLC and update released. You know, if you kind of hung back, I haven't changed anything on Triton. No need. I tested Triton the other day, and it works fine. If I had ripped it all apart and redone things 5 times, it would be frustrating. But that's kind of on yourself. Just relax. Shut some stuff off. Use the custom menu, and just chill out and enjoy the game. You know what? Don't let it bother you. And then eventually they'll have all these things really ironed out. This was a major change. And I think it's a major change for the better. It will be, I think it's for the better now, but it definitely, I think, will be after they get the kinks ironed out of it. Yep, Grandma's couch. Let me see. Oh, that's nice. You made your first boat there, Moki. Nice. Yeah, I never saw a carpet in the sub. Yeah, I'll be all right without a carpet in the sub. It's always nice to have them. How's it going there, Sergeant Chaos? Good to see you. How's it going? Is the rope anchor the missing block? Yeah, I was missing on that. Let's see. Okay, so that is fixed. I saw an issue with the couch. I think I'm using the wrong brown here. Not the end of the world, but yeah, I was using the wrong brown. So there's my pleated couch, my pleated grandma's couch. So yeah, it's like a little detailing that I love with this. Like, I'm not great with interiors. There are some people that are fabulous with interiors, but not too bad. These pneumatic pistons, they get stuck. They like to hit blocks and get stuck because these shafts will bounce. Even if you put a linear track in here, it's still iffy as shit. So that was sticking my seat there for a second. So this is one thing I would like to see them add is when you use a hard point or a connector, it bonks. It goes dunk when it attaches. That's fine in certain situations, but a lot of times I want it quiet. And so I'd love to be able to like right click on it and say this one doesn't make a noise. But that's probably, you know, quite a bit of programming to get that to work. But like, you know, Antonov 2, I really want to stick a hard point on there or a connector to fix the slats. But you know, it makes that bonk noise. I don't want to hear the bonk noise every time I want to do something. It also jumps, so I'm afraid that if I have my seat jump as I get out, it's going to fling me, and then that can cause problems. So, all right, let's go ahead and save this version real quick. Let's see. Do I have an airplane that will fit in this base? Unlikely. Let's move, and I need to go check. I'm going to use the numbers off of an airplane's autopilot and some of the logic just so I don't have to redo it. And that's going to be for depth hold. Like to get this depth hold kind of fixed up. Would be nice. Let's see. What's my most recent good flying airplane here? It's probably going to be the Chickadee, I'd say. Chickadee. I haven't built a plane in a while. Started that shell, the fuselage of the plane. Gotta be Chickadee. Where are you at, Chickadee? I've got it in this, but I don't want to use the... That's more set up to be an ROV. That's going to be... Yeah, Chickadee. That's going to be a mess. Hey, look at that. Clicked on it the first time. That's amazing. Alright, that's my autopilot. It's actually looking pretty clean. It actually doesn't look too bad right now. Autopilot's looking pretty snazzy jazzy. Alright, so this is the altitude portion of the autopilot. This isn't going to work right. I need a straight flying airplane. This one is set up to be VTOL, so I need a proper airplane, not a VTOL. Because VTOL it also has a bunch of extra logic in there for converting over to VTOL, and do not need any of that crapola. That actually could come and play though with the ballast. I don't know. I want to do the ballast part fresh. I don't want to try to like wedge in some airplane logic in there. Just it's gonna be me ripping more crap out if I have to convert it from an airplane too much. So, oh, I'm shocked I didn't click the right one on that one. This is funny. See how big the gear panel is on this one. This one's got a lot of complexity to the gear. All right, this is a more straight airplanes AP. All right, so here is channel 2 is the WS. We have desired altitude. That converts it to feet. We're going to be in meters for the one I'm gonna be using on this. P value, D value, 14. I'll dick with this in a second. I double pid these. So the way I'd like to do these is, let's see, where's this? Oh no, that's just clamping it. So I used to double pid it. I don't double pid it anymore. What I do now is I set up, this is my pretty simple autopilot I do now. I kind of simplified it a little bit. So essentially we're taking the desired altitude so this will be desired depth now. And we take this is actually, what is it? Compass? That physics sensor? This is physics sensor, so this is fine. This can stay. Physics sensor, this is now going to be, so this is going to be your current altitude on the physics sensor. Into a PID, P and D value. Generally you'll need a D value on your autopilots. It's for altitude holds. It's just something you're going to need. I can't get them to work just right with P pitch. Then what I'll do here is I'll go in. This is now, that's your WS off of your seat. And then what I do is I set a max climb rate and a max descent rate. It goes in here, and that's my clamps. So what happens is, this used to actually happen in the $25 million airline I used to fly, was we had this thing called flight level change, and it sucked. And it was essentially a PID-controlled altitude change. And you'd be at, say, 10,000 feet, and they clear you up to 30,000 feet. You'd spin in 30, you'd click flight level change, and it would try to pitch up to the moon. Because it says, hey, you have 20,000 feet to go. Let's pitch way up. And it would slam it up on its, put it on its tail, and it'd try to climb you up like a crazy person. And then it would overshoot. It would go over the altitude, which was never a good thing. And then it would undershoot, and it would, oscillate like you probably see a lot of people's PIDs do. And so the way we would do it in the airlines is we wouldn't use flight level change. Flight level change is just this section right here. That's flight level change. What we would do is we would do vertical speed. So we would set an altitude of 30,000. And then what we would do is we would manually put in, we click on vertical speed mode, and we click in the vertical speed we wanted to go up or down. Now, this is essentially controlling it, so it says, okay, you can do a maximum descent rate of X, or you can do a maximum descent rate, climb rate of Y. And so that will automatically smooth it out to the rates you kind of want. So that's a lot better that way. All right, so this is going to go, so we'll put that in the submarine. So, when people are struggling with some of these things too, I'll tell them it's like $25 million airplane still had these issues, so it's not just a, it's not just a you thing, the airplane that expensive and it still has these issues, All right, so that goes in. Let's see where we're at here. So physics sensor channel 2, I already had that in, so we'll plug that in here. I'm just gonna nuke this from orbit. There we go. That's nuked from orbit. Okay. Then we need our seat, which will go here. All right, depth panel, that can go later. P-value, I'm gonna run these P-values here off this. We'll see how it works. Dive planes is another word for pitch. I'm gonna try to run it without a gyro. We'll see. We'll see how it behaves. Usually what I'll do is I send this info to the gyro, but we'll see how it works. I probably won't need it. This is pretty stable. We'll see. All right. So depth panel here. Let's see where we're at on the depth panel. So we have 5 is the activation button. So 5 is going to be activate. So we'll do that for now. Alright, so that will activate the PID. I'm missing because I need it. Where is it? Desired. Where's my desired depth? Oh, that desired depth's coming off. I'm doing it myself. I've dicked it up a little bit. I need to redo it anyway. Let's see. So 3 and 4. The cat found something with the bell in it. Oh, he's finally playing with... I built him this cat tower, and he like never played with the bell on his cat tower. That's what he's playing with now. These are actually flipped like that. Is it? No. No. That's correct. What? Highlight, you dick did. There we go. Alright, so this is going to be the counter for the set depth. There. That goes there. Alright, that'll go like that. Alright, so that's going to set our depth that I want. This is going to add it. So this is a simple add. So if we look here, this is Y. So we are adding my own inputs. So at any point, let's say, oh my God, I'm going to hit the bottom of the ocean. All I have to do is pitch up, and I can overcome the autopilot to make sure we don't slam into the ocean floor. Do this at IRL as well. You pull on it hard enough, the autopilot will come off. You know, like I could do it realistically, where, for example, if the differential between the seat, or if the seat, let's say the seat, I do more than 0.25. If the number is greater, or you know. I'd have to do it where it was, yeah, I would, say, I'd do an absolute value. If it was greater than 0.25, it would automatically kick the autopilot off. So that's one thing you can do. We used to have that in the airlines where, for example, if you pulled, like, if you were going to hit something, or you were like, it was trying to climb you through an altitude you weren't supposed to, we just push in the yoke and it would disconnect the autopilot. Because it would be like, oh, they want to fly now. And they might know more than me because I'm just a stupid machine. But, yeah. So this currently allows me to override. And then we've got max climb and descent. That was pretty good for the airplanes. This might be a little bit aggressive for an underwater vehicle. We'll see how it behaves itself. All right, so depth panel. I want to read out... I'm going to write... What am I writing on this? I'm writing 3. We'll do it in 2 blocks. So this will be 1 and 2. So what I want to write out here is that's going to be 1. The current depth is right here. So that's going to be in meters anyways. I will take that and go like that. That will read out our current depth in meters. And then I need one more block for I'll do it later. That's going to be the terrain following system. So we'll do that. Let's give this a run. You know, who knows if these numbers are going to work for me. I'm going to have to tune them in. I guarantee it, but we'll see. So make sure this is all plugged in before I'm like, why is it not working? Depth hole p-value I don't need right now because I've got the numbers in. This is all plumbed. Let's make sure these are plumbed correctly now. They're not, so I got to go like that. And then this will now plug into depth hold. Let's give this a run for its money and see what we do. Let me read some chat. Yep, the old whale boy. What is that one switch thing called? Like a lever that's not a throttle? A circuit breaker? Oh, we're in the friggin' land base. Ugh. Let's save this sucker and head over to the ocean. I think I'm going to call this the pilot whale. Looks like a pilot whale. Was it 8 meters long? 8. Nah, it's shorter than a pilot whale would be. It's longer than a pilot whale would be, but still called pilot whale. Maybe. We'll see. But I'm really enjoying this. I haven't gotten to subs much. It was, that's one of the nice things I love with challenges. Is it's like I wouldn't have, I wanted to build a sub, but I wasn't really motivated to build a sub. And then Big Man comes up with a challenge, and now it's like, oh, I want to build a sub. So it's kind of cool. That's what I like about challenges. Alright, so let's go ahead and I'm going to follow this waypoint that's on there now. We'll go ahead, we'll do GPS nav, autopilot. Alright, good. Let's go ahead, we'll pump some ballast in here. We'll go up to, well, I don't know, do 8,000 liters of ballast in there. Turn a light on. I'm just trying to stress the system. Get some electricity pouring on this bed, John. Alright, so we're going to do just a climb on this. This is not working. Why, you son of a bitch? Okay, I have a. That was right. It was right. Okay. So what's my current depth under keel is 14. So let's go to. We'll set 20. I'm gonna wait till we get out to 20 to go down. So there's 20 meters. Current depth is 2 meters, so what I'll do is put a correction factor on this. So when I'm surfaced, I want it to read 0 meters. And so what I'll do is right now we're looking at 2.5-ish and change. So let's see, 2.5. So 2.5 depth at surface. All right, so 2.5 meters depth at surface. So I'll just do a correction on there. So it'll be because the physics sensor is 2.5 meters below where I'm sitting right now. So essentially I'll do a conversion for 2.5 when we're at the surface. Read a little bit of that chait while we're going out there. Circuit breaker, flip switch. Breaker. Yeah, I think breaker is what he's thinking of. Alright, good. So let's go ahead. We're pumping in water. What's our current? So we have 33 meters under the hull. So let's go ahead and we'll kick on depth hold here. 20 meters. There we go. So it's probably a little bit not aggressive enough, and the reason being that we're currently full of air. As you see, we don't have much ballast, so it is currently fighting the air. So I don't want to make it too crazy. So what I'll probably do as well is once I figure out what I think it's between like 7,200 and 7,500 is neutral buoyancy. So what will happen is the depth system will probably kick in around there. But, like if I did it myself, like I can you know what, I probably need more thrust. Let's increase the thrust. I bet the tilt is probably fine, so I'm not thrusted up. So I bet we'll be able to descend once I get the thrust up. Yep, once I get the thrust up, because what we're using now is we're using the thrust of our engine to overcome the air that's in our ballast tanks. So that's why I needed a thrust up. Now, likely, I think my p-value is, it's not too bad actually. It's a little bit low. It's not correcting fast enough, so I will need to tune this in, but it's not terrible. Like yesterday I was trying to aim at the moon. So today it's like, yeah, we're at 18. Okay, we're gonna hit 20. So it's under, you notice it's never getting to 20. So that means my p-value is too low. If it never gets to 20, my p-value is too low. So need to up the p-value a little bit. But it's smooth. That's the D value helping us smooth that out. So it's not bad. It's like it's pretty good. It's not great, but it's pretty good. So let's go up to 40 meters. Oh shit, wrong way. Okay. I got to be careful with this. I need to decrease this. I can be too rambunctious, which is fine when we're not way underwater, you know. Yeah, the problem is if it was close and I accidentally kick it down to 50 meters, it's going to slam into the bottom. So, so you see it has an oscillation. It's undershooting, and then we're over oscillating. So I'm going to I'll put some keypads on here and we'll run P&D values in there. Yeah, it's reasonably comparable to the AP of an airplane. The problem is, like, your P and your D values are going to be different for everything. Different airplanes are going to have different values because you start talking about, you know, for example, you have a big, heavy airplane in a hot environment at high altitude. Your rudder is not, or your elevator is not going to have much effectiveness. And so it's going to be very sluggish. So you're going to need bigger control swings when you're in that condition. You know, you have a light airplane, you're at low altitude, it's a really cold day. You know, little tiny movements on your elevator are going to do big changes. That's one thing a lot of people don't understand is, like, the depth of that stuff is really, there's a lot to it. So it's like, you know, we could feel if we were coming out of a really cold, low altitude airport, you know, we'd scream out of there, and it would be really like the airplane would feel very maneuverable. You go to somewhere hot that's at a high altitude, it would feel like a dog the whole time. You know, and so, like, we kind of expect that stuff reading the weather. Like, if it was like 35 Celsius, you'd be like, yep, this is gonna suck, you know. Like, literally, they had issues in Phoenix where they can't take off sometimes during the summer, is the runway's not long enough. You know, the air density is too low because of the temperature, so they can't take off. Just cancel a bunch of flights because nobody's getting off. You know, so, like, that's when they determine runway length, is if you're at a high altitude, especially hot, the runway lengths are pretty long. Like JFK has, let's find out JFK airport diagram. Find it, airport diagram for JFK. That was our nickname for JFK, was JFK. There's JFK. If we look at the long runway on JFK, it's 14,511 feet long. This is the big one, 13 right. 31 left. That's the big runway, and the reason they have this big of a runway is it's at sea level. The ocean's right here. It's this long because you'll get a lot of international flights where, you know, the plane's going a very long distance, so they're taking off with huge quantities of fuel, so they need a lot of this runway to take off. Like, start getting into like A300, A340 600s with like full fuel. They're going most of the way down the runway. DC-10s, MD-11s, 747s. You get some really heavy A380s. You get some really heavy Jazz. They're going to use up most of this runway. So that's like, you know, this is sea level. If we look at, where is the airport elevation's 12 feet. So a pretty short runway, you know, pretty low runway. But then look at like Phoenix airport diagram. I don't think I've ever been into Phoenix. That's terrible. Let's see if I can find one that will blow up properly. So this one is the Sky Harbor. Yep, there's Sky Harbor. Let me just check on what's the progress here. Are we doing all right? Let's go back to Sky Harbor diagram here. Like Sky Harbor, where's the altitude? Where are you? Altitude. Elevation 1,111 feet. So there's airport elevate, or that's the you know, the elevation of the runway. If you look over here, this side of the runway here is 15 feet taller than this side. But you notice, like here, they have this is the long one here. How's the runway length? Do not see the runway length right here. There's 11,489 feet. So if it gets too hot, you're at 1,111 feet above, you know, sea level. You're starting to have issues where this runway might not be long enough to get off. So, like, you know, you might as a 747, you might need 12,000 feet of runway. Well, you could take off from JFK, but you can't take off from here. You know, so that starts to come into play. Like, it would tell us if we, it would tell us how, you know, we do our calculations. It would tell us how long of a runway we needed to take off. So, like, you might tell ATC that, like, you know, Cap Air 127 taxi to runway, what are we talking about? 25 left, you know, Golf 8. And you'd have to tell them unable, we're going to need a longer runway. We're going to at least need 25 right or 26. You know, and so you tell them that because if it said that we need 7,900 feet, you can't take off from this runway. And then this is 10.3, we could take off from there. This is 11, almost 11.5, we could take off from there. So, but that's kind of the stuff that's kind of cool with that. Yep, the old Queen of Sky. I've never been in a 7.4. Would be nice to get in a 7.4 at some point. There are some cargo airlines I'd applied to that ran 7.4s. So this isn't terrible. We're currently, I have 37 feet set, and we're at 37 and change. It's just taking long to get there because the p-value is likely too small. So I'm going to increase the p-value on this. We also, it's a little bit better now too because we've taken on 8,000 liters of ballast. We're neutrally buoyant. So because we're neutrally buoyant, it's not having to fight the ballast. It's not having to fight the air bubbles to try to push, like it's trying to push a balloon full of air down into the water. It needs more pitch. It needs to fight it more. Because the water ballast is now helping us stay under, it really doesn't need it. So let's go down. What do we have? 186 meters under keel. So right now, if we look at that, that's at 180. So let's say we want to go down and it's descending. So let's go down 150 meters. So let's go 100 meters. So right now we're at 36. So let's go 136. Oh, wrong way. I need to slow this way down. 136 here. Close enough. Okay. So now this is all screwy because you notice that number one screwy. It's the pitch. We pitched. Did I hit the bottom? I did. I hit the bottom. Okay. How the hell did I hit the bottom? I was reading the friggin' dial. Did it just nosedive like a mother? That's interesting. It might be. Okay, so I bet you it's actually fine. I think what the issue is the what the hell happened to my depth? It's just the so okay, you know what it is? I need to minimize. So that second argument, the function I have on there, that's fine for an airplane. I'm going down at like 2,000 feet per minute because in an airplane, in the airplanes like the Albatross, I set it up so that I can go up to 30,000 feet. So if I'm going up to 30,000 feet, I want a big pitch, right, to get up there. With this, I'm like maximum 1,000 meters. So it's like 3,000 feet. So there's no point in me. So what I need to do is on that second argument, I need to decrease those numbers by a lot. So like maybe, you know, in an airplane, I want, like we usually climb out at 1,000, 2,000 feet per minute, maybe 3,000 feet per minute. Max descent I ever did was like 8,500 feet per minute. That's not normal. So maybe like 2,500 feet, 3,000 feet per minute descent rate maximum in an airliner. In this, I'm probably talking, I only want maybe 100 feet per minute. So, yeah, so those numbers need to be really knocked down. But I think the P-value is fine. I think the P and the D value are fine. I think it's going to struggle a little when I have no ballast in there, which is fine. And then I need to change the max descent rate and the maximum ascent rate. And that will fix that up. But it's working pretty well. So here you can see the ocean floor. Looks like it's coming up. You see there. So we need to go up, 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 because we're gonna hit the ocean floor. So we're gonna make sure. So this will go into a map of Earth. We'll put a map of Earth safety system in here, so that it will not let me slam into the ground. I think we'll do that. So yeah. So it's working pretty well so far, though. I'm happy with the performance. We're all way the hell over here already. Wow. We made it through the stanchions without hitting anything, apparently. Oh, we're under them. We're under the stanchions. Okay. That's what it is. Now let's see how much fuel we burned. Curious about that. Almost nothing. I don't have infinite electricity now. I do. Okay, that's why. I turned infinite electricity back on for some reason. Alright, good. Let's look at... Alright, good. So this is actually running really, really well right off the bat, which makes sense. It's essentially, you know, it's an altitude hold for the ocean. That's it. So if we go in here, this is the part here. Max climb rate and max descent rate. So so usually IRL, the way I usually operate is feet per minute. We're currently running meters. Actually, this is fine. Let's see. It doesn't matter. It's coming off the PID, and then I'm running it into these numbers here, so I don't need it as... what are we running there? Seat 2. Why is that process variable? Oh, no, this isn't... Okay, I thought this was a PID for a second. Ugh. All right, so let's change these. Let's make them like a tenth of this right now. Let's do a tenth. Sounds like it might even be not enough. Let's go with that for now. We'll go give this a quick test. Because I don't want it to be overly fast on ascent descent. All right, let's you get moving. Alright, so let's see, where is... I meant to decrease this rate, but I didn't. Let's see, 12 meters. So there's 4 meters there. Let's start banging some ballast in here. So what this will do is when I put in a dive, I'm trying to decide if I want to automatically control my ballast. I usually don't like to do too much of that automation stuff because it takes the control away from the operator, and there are situations where... you know, you might not want to be pumping it full of ballast. So say, for example, let's say I need to go, I just want to dive for like a couple seconds. I want to go down, go do something, come back up. I don't want to fill my ballast tank all the way up. I don't want to do it. So I could do an automated system that if I'm asking for a dive, it automatically gives me neutral buoyancy. So if I click this button, it says, hey, pump in 8,000 liters of water. That takes control away from me. Some people love that. I'm not a huge fan because I want to dictate when I do that. And so, personally, I would rather put in my own ballast number. If I want to dive down, we have a little bit of depth now. Let's see. So, let's say I want to dive down now, right? It's going to try to... I didn't click the button, did I? No, I did. Okay, depth hold. What we got there? Is it trying to go down? Let's see. It's not. Let's turn on infinite electricity. I might have an electrical problem. Nope, not that. Why are you not turning on, guy? Interesting. Depth, set depth is at 27 meters. Interesting. Why is that not working now? Like I can command it myself, but. So like if I want to do a quick just dive under something, I don't want to wait for the ballast to do. So this allows me to do more stuff myself when I want it. So if I want to just do a quick dive, I don't have to wait for this to come on, or I don't want it to automatically assume that I want ballast. I want to be able to tell it, hey, give me ballast when I want it, and it won't assume that I want ballast. So it puts more on you, you know. That's something as like a professional operator. I don't want the craft doing stuff for me. I want to do it for myself because, you know, even if you have a case where it's 1% of the time you want to do it a certain way that's different, you know, it might be for an emergency. You might have an emergency where you're like, I don't want a bunch of ballast water in there. I just want to, you know, let's say there's an AI ship right next to me, right? Okay, that I'm going to crash into, okay? We quickly dive down. We go under the AI ship. Okay, good. We come back up. You know, I don't want to wait for the ballast, okay? You know, and so that way, you know, I'm kind of, that's one reason I'm against automation is, as a professional operator, you want to be in charge. So it's like, when I want to dive and I want to stay down, I know that myself. So I say, okay, I'm going to put in 8,000 ballast, and I'm going to set my depth hold, you know. I'm curious why the hell this is not working right now, though. Is it trying? It looks like it's trying. Oh, you know what it is? I bet that number's too small. That's what it is. I bet you that number is way too small. Yep, I bet that's what it is. All right, that number is just too small. That's what it is. Okay. That number is way too small. That would make sense to me. Way, way too small. Okay, so is that... Let me click it here. So let's see. Max climb rate. So a tenth is way too much. So this is where they were. This was at... So this is where they were. So I did a tenth. Let's go... Let's try that for now. See how that performs. Eventually we're going to hit a number where it's just too small. It's not going to really do anything, so... There's 20 meters there. Wait till we get out to 20 meters. I like the look of it in here. I like putting the little corner pieces around the window. It kind of makes it look like an eye that you're looking out of. I like it. I'm just waiting for this depth under keel to get high enough that I can dive. Yep, that's the thing is, especially, you know, like, a lot of these automated car systems, like people who just drive, you know, themselves, and especially people who are not good drivers, love the automated systems. It takes some of the stress off of them. But, you know, if you're a professional at these things, you know, generally you can operate better than the machine, and it aggravates you that it's doing it. You know, it aggravates you that it's taking over in certain regards because it's a pain in the ass. You know, it does things that you don't want it to do, and it's better as a professional to take control of it. You know, and you know what the risks are. You know what what's going to happen if you do some of the stuff. So it's better, I would say, often to just take over. You know, like the flight level change. The flight level change is the computer trying to change altitudes, and it does a terrible job at it. You know. And us as pilots could decide a better way to do it, you know, and it was like, if we knew, like, we know what the approach looks like, so we might have 10 minutes to descend, right, to that altitude. And so if we knew we needed to be at that altitude in 10 minutes, and I know I'm going 250 knots, right, 250 knots is about 3 and some change miles a minute. So let's assume 3 miles a minute, right, we have 10 nautical miles, we need to be there. We're going to be there in, it'd be 10 divided by, you say you're doing 3 miles a minute, right? So it's going to be 3 minutes and some change. We need to be down at that altitude by that time. So let's say 3 minutes, all right? So if I know I need to lose, and let's say we're at 20,000 feet, I need to lose 10,000 feet in 3 minutes, right? So we do, again, pretty easy math there. It's all tens, right? So let's descend down at 3,000 feet per minute. So I scroll it down, click vertical speed, zing, 3,000 feet per minute. We will make our crossing restriction. Let's say that we are doing 250 knots and we're 5 nautical miles away and we have to descend 10,000 feet, right? Well, now the math is 6,000 feet per minute. We are not descending down at 6,000 feet per minute, so what do? Slow down. Change a different parameter, right? So now if I'm doing, start banging some ballast on this. So now if you're closer, right, and you have that time, go down 20. It is set in already. Okay, that number is too small too. It's just too small of a motion on the, I think once you get below like 0.25, like here, watch, I can kind of figure out the number I need. So, like, I can figure out the number I need right here. So, like, see, before it was at 0.05. It was 0.5 before, okay? So now watch. See, I'm trimming it in. So I need at least, like, 0.36 to get it to go down there for me. So if it's less than that, it won't go down. So that's a quick way you can tell what the number is. So, like, 0.36... Let's do 0.35, and that should work. because that's all it's feeding to the pitch fins of that number. So like you have a lot of that quick math in flying where you have to you have a lot of that quick math in flying where you're like, I don't want to descend at 6,000 feet. I'm going to put the flight attendant on their ass. I'm going to the pasture is going to be uncomfortable. We're going to be looking at the friggin' ground. There's going to be no sky in the window, and everything's going to fall off the shelves in the galley. So what we'll do is we'll slow down, So, that's the other thing is, we're going 250 knots. So what happens if I go 200 knots, right? So now we're doing 3 miles a minute. What did I say before? No, we're not doing 3 miles a minute. Yeah, we're doing 3 miles a minute. What did I say before 250? I did the math wrong. We were doing, it would have been 4 miles a minute. Yeah, I was doing 180. So if we slow down to that, we're doing, now a slower number. Let's say we slow down to 180. We're doing 3 miles a minute. So now you're going 3 miles a minute. You need 3,000 feet to do that. You need 3,000 feet per minute now at that rate. So by slowing down, you're now able to make your crossing restriction again. So you had to do that stuff all the time quickly. So you had to know when to slow down, when to speed up. Like, if you can speed up. Like we had one where we were going into Newark, and which is already a disaster in its own right. But we were going into Newark, and we were late on our crossing restrictions. We forgot about them, and they're like, "Are you going to make your crossing restrictions?" So I quickly did the math, and I was like, "Yeah, we can make it." And we needed like an insane descent rate to get down there. So I slowed us way down. I dropped us down below 200 knots. I dropped the landing gear because you can drop the landing gear below 250. So as soon as we hit 250, I put the gear down, put the first notch of flaps in. I need to get below, 220 to put the next notch in, get below 220, kick in the next notch of flaps. I put up the spoilers to get slowed down as well and to drop faster. Then we hit 200 knots. I put in my last notch of flaps. So we had full flaps, gear down, spoilers up. If you had full flaps and gear down, the only way to get the spoilers to stay up was put the throttle past 5 degrees. So I bumped up the thrust to 5 degrees to get the spoilers to come up. And we were able to dive down, but we needed all those tricks to get down, or we needed to ask the ATC to give us more time. And we didn't want to ask the ATC for more time. So there you go, bingo. You notice? So real quick, simple thing to tell you how much descent rate you need. Just trim it. You saw I trimmed it. 0.35 was enough to get underwater. I put that into the autopilot. It should do it. Now it's going to be a little bit over under because my ballast is not set. So it will dart because, again, it's trying to fight that air bubble. It's like you're trying to pull a balloon underwater constantly. It's going to keep fighting you. So every time it tries to level off, it has a big balloon of air trying to send us back up to the top. So it's going to overshoot, undershoot. But you notice it's not that bad. It's a little bit of an overshoot, undershoot. But once we get ballast in us, you notice it's smoothed out. So I'm actually kind of happy with that. That's fine. I'm not really going to... I could do something that, like, if we have zero ballast, it increases the p-value, but I don't want to do that. So it was actually running pretty well. Read some chat. Yeah, my favorite plane, my favorite commercial airliner, let's put it that way, is the 340-600. I love the 340-600. Gorgeous plane. I love the 340-600. I used to see these in JFK all the time. I love them. Not many people fly them anymore. They're just cool, man. You see if I can find a good... There's a Cathay 340-600. 340-600 is just sweet, dude. Three trucks, 3-truck landing gear, 4 engines, big Rolls Royces. You can see the Rolls Royce badge on there. Big Rolls on there. This used to be the longest. Used to have the longest range back in the day. Let me see if they have a 340 Wikipedia article. That's Airbus. I don't want Airbuses. I want the Wiki article. See if I can find range. Let's see. Find the range on the old 34600. 7,700 miles was the range. This used to be the king of range. That was its. Here it is, right here. The longest range airliner at the time. So when it came out, it was the longest range. Just, dude, it's insane, man. I always liked the 34600. The 34600, the wingtips used to stick over the taxiways so much on JFK. You had to be careful that you wouldn't clip a wing with the 600s. Because let me see what the wingspan is on it. Let's see. Let's see what type it spans. See if it tells me. 209-foot wingspan. Yeah, so it had a really wide wingspan on it. Yeah, so it was pretty nuts, the 34600. I always liked that. I do like a 7.4, but 34600. I never liked the 380s. 7.8's got a ton of problems. I'd love to fly a 7.8, but they've got a ton of problems right now. They're problem childs. Most of the new Maxes are problem childs. A lot of new Boeing stuff is problem childs. I think what modern, like this was my favorite corporate jet of all time, like private jet was a Falcon 900. Falcon 900, baby. So I always wanted, for corporate jets, this was what I liked, was the Falcon 900. Tri-jet, always love a tri-jet. The old Falcon 9. See if I can find a cockpit picture. I don't give a shit about the back there. There's the Falcon 9 interior. The old tri-jet. Must be fuel valves there. So you click this up, pull it back, shuts the fuel off. Spoiler maybe there? I don't know. It looks like a spoiler. Those are radios. FMSs are here. So this is where you put in your flight plan in there. Radios here either side. Let's check it. Here 90 meters below. Let's go down a little bit. 50, 60. Now that we're up on ballast, we're starting to it's still overshooting like crazy. I might have to tune that p-value in. I'll have to tune that p-value in. I'm curious how it's going to act at 8 though. We'll see how it acts at 8. Go back to looking at pictures while that's just cooking. I love these old analog gauges. So you'd have N1, N2, ITT for inlet turbine temperature. If I were to guess, I would say that's N1, N2, ITT. Not sure what, maybe ITT's down here. This is probably fuel flow and engine gas. I would say this is probably N1, N2, ITT. This is probably exhaust gas and fuel flow maybe. I can't, it's too fuzzy of a picture for me to see. Not sure what that is. It's kind of an older plane too. Got altimeter, attitude there. Modern avionics in there. Backup airspeed, looks like probably comms panel or lighting. That's the Christmas tree for all your warnings and everything. Here are your fire handles, so that's would tell you if you're fire there, and these are the bottles to blow the engine. Blow fire through the engine. Looks like park brake. What do we hit? We hit something? Nope, it just finished the ballast. Went quiet. So we'll do another descent here, 170. And I'll see how it behaves when we're at full ballast. Yeah, see, it's way overdoing it. Way overdoing it. Yeah, it's way overdoing it. It's being nuts. Yeah, see, it's just way overdoing it. So it's probably, I can fix that with a p-value. We're going to have to tune that in. It's just way overdoing it. Yeah, it's just overdoing it. Okay. Finish looking at this Falcon. What else is cool with the Falcon? What's this? I can't see that really well, though. Well, this might be autopilot. I can't tell on this. Flaps are there. Flap indicators there. Gear. 3 wheels, 3 gear there. Red's probably up and in transit. Weather scope. That's, yeah, FMS. You can put that on. And MFD. You can put anything you want on the MFD. Not sure what that is. Can't zoom in on a lot of the stuff. This is comms panel stuff, so for switching comms. Trim on the yoke. So your trims are in here for your elevator trim. Usually you have backups, so you have 2 systems usually, and you push the buttons together. Push to talk on there. Probably autopilot disconnect. Cool plane. I like the Falcons. I've been in was it Falcon 2000 EZ, I think. Falcon. And EZ. I went into the cockpit of one of these in the simulator. This had a really cool modern cockpit when I went in there. Yeah, this is a sweet looking modern cockpit in here. This is kind of cool. It's like infrared, and you put your hand on this, and you type with moving your fingers. You put your hand on there, and you move your fingers around, and it would type on the screens. So you could do that. Thrust reverse. A lot of corporate jets don't have thrust reversers on them. This does. Seems like they did same fuel stuff here. So it looks like your FMS is built probably into this panel, and then you have your keyboard for the FMS there. This is the mode control panel for the autopilot. Pretty modern mode control panel for the autopilot there. Have AP, looks like, is that AP Master? Probably AP Master. Usually put, like, when I talk about building cockpits and stuff in game, like, you want to have buttons that both of you need in the middle. So, like, this is your AP Master. That's usually where they put it. And then it looks like they share stuff. Usually, because these corporate planes are tighter together and you're sitting closer, you don't have redundant stuff on there because they need to be close together. Looks like this is the tiller for taxiing on the ground, so you'd move this knob to taxi on the ground. So it's on the captain's side. This is your oxygen mask right here. Grab that, pops out of a box. This would be for your approach plates and stuff. That's a modern thing to do. I like this overhead panel. It's pretty cool. I'll find a play with planes for a little bit here as I go through. So we're holding it. We're holding depth pretty well. We're pretty close. It's just that P-value is a little bit out of control. I gotta fix it. But it's holding pretty well. What do you got? Oh yeah, we're gonna have to climb, or we're gonna hit the bottom. Yeah. So it's working pretty well. Let's go. Let's see what else we got. This was the last jet I flew. This was like, we used to call this the Barbie jet. Pretty basic cockpit in this one. This was the one that, this is the last jet I flew, was this. Had a keyboard to run the screens. My brother actually did some of the programming on these, this FMS system. But very basic layout here. I loved the side stick. Side stick was fun. I like the side stick. Flaps. Rudder trim there. No, this was, I forget what this was. This might have been, I can't remember what that was, but I think that's rudder trim. It might have been rudder trim or aileron trim. I can't remember. I can't see it very well. Autopilot control panel was there. This is bonkers. I hated this. These are your engine start stops. They have no guard on them, so you could easily shut your engine off by accident. That was bad design. I think we had, I think that was ignitions in there for the igniters. You only turn the igniters on when you're in a thunderstorm. Or in heavy rain, really, not a thunderstorm. Thrust levers, couple breakers on the main panel. Landing gear was here with lights were there. Yeah, Barbie jet. Yep. Let's see. We're sitting on the bottom now. All right, let's, well, we're here. Let's go ahead. Stop us. So we should settle out here in a second as we stop. So I'll put a system in there that should prevent us from hitting the bottom. It will automatically If the ground is coming up on us, it will switch over into map of Earth hold, essentially. So I'm trying to see where we're at. Let's put some more ballast on this. All right, let's do that. And so, like I said, what's going to happen now is I'm going to fill up this airlock, and it's going to subtract. So I just put 10,000 liters into the ballast system. And so what's going to happen is let me fix some stuff. Okay. As I fill this ballast tank, it's going to just subtract it. So this is 2156 in here. And it's going to subtract it from the ballast so that we won't, you know, if we're like, say, 200 meters below the surface, we won't go any further because the mass is going to be the same. It's going to add water in here and take it out of the ballast and just get rid of it. So that's the best way to do it. Before the pressure update, we used to suck the water out of the ballast tanks and put it in here, and then you would push the water back into the ballast tanks because you couldn't fight the pressure. You know, and you used to just fill up to neutral buoyancy. You really, like, you know, I had this argument with people a lot before when I did my submarine basics tutorial. Before we had pressure, you couldn't go negative buoyancy, or else you would not be able to pump your tanks out. And so a lot of people were hating that, and really, you don't really want to go negative buoyancy very much because you can't pump the water out fast enough to not hit the bottom. Now you can use the thrust of your engines and the pitch to make sure you don't hit the bottom, but it's dangerous because you're now sinking like a stone and you're trying to use your thrust to fight from hitting the bottom. Well, now imagine you hit the bottom hard and you crack up your ship, you're going to flood, you know, so and you could damage a ton of systems. You really don't want to be doing that. It's better to go neutral buoyancy, and then when you're at neutral buoyancy, use your engine to go up and down, because now you're not naturally sinking, you're not naturally rising, and then it's very responsive when you actually try to move in the water column. So let's see. We're filling up very fast with water here because we have some pressure pushing. When I went down to 200 meters, which we're not that deep right now, but when I went down to 200 meters yesterday, it filled really fast because the water pressure is helping push it in. You figure you have a column of water pushing on it, not the PSI, but you know, you have a 1 square inch square cube. Let's do cubic. Square is better. You know, and if it's 120 meters above you, that goes all the way up to the surface, and you get a really high PSI or really high atmospheres, and so that will help pump it in. So I did this thing where I was grabbing the ladder. I'll show you what happens if I do this. So this, like, if I grab the ladder, at some point it will put me on the ladder rungs below the door. So I'll be right back. I'm just going to use the facilities. I notice I've perished. Okay, let's see. Very interesting. This happened yesterday with the diving suit. I might be under the, I'm probably too far into water. Let's see where we're at here. I can't check it. There's a limit. No, it doesn't look that deep. I don't know. There's a limitation on the suit of how deep I can go. So let's see if I start dying. Something killed me. Something was killing me before too. What happened? I don't know what happened because I wasn't here. But oh shit! I did that again. I hate that the fast go button is different than in the editor than in here. Okay. So yeah, this is what was happening last time. Like the water pressure's too high. I have to fix that if that's a problem. What's the pressure here? I wonder if it's the atmospheres that's killing me. Once it hits a certain atmospheric level, I have to check that because that needs to be fixed if that's the case. Yeah, we'll have to check this. I think that might be what's killing me because when I was outside, it was fine. I wasn't dying. But if I'm in here, I'm dying. So what I could do is I could do the equalization valve earlier. So equalization valve will come on here at some point, but I might do it earlier. So right now it should be, when this gets down to less than a liter of air, less than a tenth of a liter of air, that's when the equalization valve goes. I'll see you later, Zachy. So I might do the equalization valve earlier. I have to see. So that's probably what's killing me is the pressure in here because we look at the atmospheres in here. It's 60 atmospheres in here of water pressure. And the devs limited the water pressure in game to 30 deep underwater. And so likely what I would think is that if we're above 30 atmospheres, it's going to kill us. And so, you know, it could be lower than that, but so we're way above the maximum level of atmospheric pressure that my body should be taking. So that does not surprise me that it's killing me. What I just need to do is work on that equalization valve because that's the whole point of the equalization valve is if the water pressure outside is 20, it will equalize. So what I might do is put a barometer on the outside of the craft. And essentially, if the water level is greater than, I don't know, say 100, just some arbitrary number, it will open the equalization. Yeah, so if the fill is on and the water differential is greater than, say, 30 atmospheres, it will open the equalization valve. That might be a smarter way to do this, so I'll have to test that. But that's, I think, what's happening is this happened yesterday, was the water pressure killed me because we're going to get it here a second, we're almost there. It's, I got to get down to like 0.1 liters of air before it'll equalize. So we'll change that. This will equalize earlier, and I think that will make this quicker a little bit. You know, I just don't want to vent air. That's kind of my thing, is I don't want to vent a bunch of air. We're going to vent a little bit, but I don't want to vent a ton of air. So I kind of need to be somewhat cautious with this. So I don't mind waiting. You know, it takes a couple minutes for this to fill up. It's not the end of the world. You know, it's good time for a bathroom break. But I'm thinking the pressure is what's killing me, which would make sense. They put a limit on there. You know. So I think I have this set to 0.1. Once this gets below 0.1, which really half a liter of air to lose 1 liter of air to lose half a liter of air is pretty inconsequential. I could make it if it's, you know, less, you know, if it's less than 1 liter of air, it just says screw it, let it bubble to the surface. Because, you know, all it takes is me going back up to the surface, opening the hatch, and bingo, we're back to normal. So, you know, that's one of the things too, is like, you know, I do it myself sometimes, is you know, it's the, what's the expression? Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So it's essentially, you know, in your hunt to be perfect, you're ruining a good design because you want it to be perfect. And so like even if I vented 5 liters of air into the water, and I lost 5 liters of air, it's pretty inconsequential because this room holds 2,156 liters of air. You know, so it's pretty inconsequential. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of the entire room's. So here we're going to equalize in a second. You'll notice the equalization light in the right go. And then watch this pressure value. I'll quickly go to it. We'll go from 60 and it'll equalize out. There we go. And now let's take off. Let's put player damage back on, and you notice I'm not dying. So it's definitely pressure is what's killing me. Now if we look at the... we're equalized. I can open this hatch, and I don't go flopping out. You see my dead person's binoculars. So you notice now we're good. So that would be it. So I need to put that equalization valve needs to equalize earlier. So I'll put that into the hierarchy on there. So you know, so this is going to be a cool sub for doing missions. We'll be able to go around, do our missions here, repairs. You know, like, so what I was talking about is like, so say Triton's at the top and I drag a cable down. I can't detach the cable because it's too long. So what I do is I would do a cable to a block of rope anchors, then a rope to here, and then what I would do is put a third one, probably hook a rope to the third one, come over here, say hook it to the boat. So we hook it to the cleat on the boat. Then we come back and I just detach the rope from the sub, and then I go back in, and now it's attached to the boat, to Triton. We go back in. The higher the pressure in the water outside, which what are we currently at? 2 atmospheres. The easier it's going to be and the quicker it is to empty the airlock. So you notice the air pressure pushes in. This is fast because we have all this air pressure pushing in here. And you see how quickly the water is starting to empty because of that. So it would not surprise me if the devs were to increase the maximum on fluid ports. The fluid ports are pretty damn anemic right now. You know, this one's not running, but like this one here, it's only at 11. You see it's at 11.98. When we're doing some of this like seawater cooling, I think that is the limiting factor, is the fluid port is slowing the cooling rate down. And it's causing us problems with cooling, with seawater cooling. And again, I would caution people like, dude, stop letting your own choices aggravate you, because that's really what it is I understand, you know, to blame the game that they changed some things and it's bugging you now, but you can't control them. You can control your response to it, though, and it's like, if it's bugging you, man, that your seawater cooling's not working, just shut off overheating for now. Play without overheating, and then when it gets fixed, your stuff will still work. You know, they've done a good job of going back and trying to balance it so that a lot of stuff's not working. For example, a bunch of people are getting frustrated that their steam systems currently pump water into the steam tanks and it gets rid of the water. Now, I understand why a lot of people want this. They want their train that's a replica of a real train. You know, you'd stop at a water tower, you would take on water in the tender, and you'd feed fresh water to the steam engine, and it would never recondense it. It would just get rid of it. I understand that, but currently that's not working. So you can get frustrated with it, you can complain about it, or you could just, like, I put out some tutorials, make your stuff work now, and if it's really bugging you, take a break, and likely they're going to fix it, you know. They've been doing a good job at it, but this is a major change. I think so many people are underestimating how big of a change this pressure was. Almost every part that took air or liquid into it is completely reworked because now things can be pressurized. And so you really have to go through this and redo it. And if that's something you don't enjoy doing or it frustrates you especially, take a break from it because it's going to frustrate you. And so it's better just take a little break and don't get frustrated. You know? Alright, so let's see where the room's at here. Water's almost out. It actually, you know, it empties pretty fast. This thing filled super duper fast though when I was deep in the ocean though. Deep in the ocean, it filled really fast. Yeah, I'll see you later, Zachy. I don't know if I said bye to you already. You can refill these scuba tanks. I have tested them last night. They do refill. So just plumb up the storage units, and they'll take gas. Let's see where we're at water-wise. So you notice my doors are locked. I need to fix the exterior door. The exterior door unlocks early. What I'll probably do is I don't want that door to unlock until it's equalized in here. So I'll have to play with the equalization on this. I'll test that out. See how the equalization works. But that's because that's currently killing us is, you know, and it's important how you test. You got to test in a real world environment because I imagine if I forgot to put on player damage and then Big Man gets killed in my airlock, well, it doesn't work, you know, and you could lose points there. I noticed that happens in some of my challenges. People won't test things. You know, they might, for example, they might test it with infinite electricity on all the time and then hook their electricity up and forget to test it without infinite electricity. Then they find out a bunch of stuff doesn't work, you know, or I test it and like, oh, sorry, that was working before. And it's like, yeah, it's, you know, probably something simple like that. This smoke is likely my engine is on, so probably just puffing some smoke off. And it's likely at a low throttle setting because we're using electricity to run the pumps. So the engine's puffing some smoke as we're doing that. But this thing should have enough range up until its fuel runs out. I do not think I'm going to have to worry about refilling air because it's pulling air out of the room. And so one of the reasons I did that was I want it more realistic. I don't want cheatiness. And as far as I'm concerned, somebody was saying if you hook it directly up to a tank, you don't ever use the air out of the tank and it's infinite air. Not interested in that. That's cheating as far as I'm concerned, which if you want to use that, be my guest. But for my builds, I don't want that. I want it to be somewhat realistic. So I vent the air from the tank into the room and then try to suck the room dry, which whether or not that's working, I don't know. But also it's like if you rely on a glitch, an oversight, a cheat, and then it changes, it's not going to work anymore. So the way I'm working it should work realistically, so that if they change something, it's still going to work. And that's, I noticed that a lot of people will build something that works with a glitch or something. They fix the glitch and they're like, "Oh my God, my build doesn't work." Well, yeah, you were using an unintended thing, and then it got fixed, and then it doesn't work anymore. You know. So, all right, we're almost good to go back into the sub. But yeah, this is working really well. I'm gonna have to work on the P and the D value on the depth hold. That's not too big of a deal. I need to change the way when this equalization works. That will fix this. So I'm just gonna make sure all the water's out. It's a tiny amount to go on the bottom, but it's gonna go in the bottom, and I'm not gonna be able to get rid of it. Probably leave the door open and probably suck it out, but. I'll just wait till it goes. You know, it goes to, as you can see, it goes to 6 decimal places here, and it goes to 10 decimal places, I believe, in the actual game. So, like, yeah, it's going to read pretty soon here that there's no water in there, but until it actually goes all the way out. But, you know, again, that's like me spitting on the floor is how much water that is. So it's like, you know, sometimes you get too perfect on it. It's like, yeah, it's like me spitting on the floor, and I'm worried about that much water. It's like, just ignore it. There we go. And so I'll try to plumb that up so that actually, you know what? There's a void in here. I'll put an air tank in here. And maybe I'll put a hose on there so you can refill the air tank for refilling your scuba tanks. All right, and then we'll go see how fast we can surface with an emergency blow. Pretty fast. We're already down 2,000 liters of water. So we blew out 2,000 liters almost instantly of water. And then once we get below, like, I think 7,200, we are now positively buoyant. So as soon as we get over 7,200 liters, or less than 7,200 liters rather, we'll start to float. You see we're already starting to float up. But it's coming along really nicely. I'm happy with this build. It's cool to get something like this. Like, you know, sometimes it's hard to get motivation, and I don't know if the challenge didn't happen if I'd have the motivation to do it. You know, so by you know, by having a challenge, that's good motivation. That's one reason, you know, why I pick some things I do for my challenges. Like, you know, the big thing of my current challenge going on right now is you have to make all your own microcontrollers, and a lot of people are like, oh, I probably won't participate then, or you know, and I get it, you know, it's a challenge, but that's the point. Is there are some people who have never built their own microcontrollers because they don't think they can do it, but you know, as soon as you built your first one, you say, oh, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, and then you build your next one, your next one, your next one, and then you start to find out that some of your microcontrollers are better than the ones you were getting off the workshop. And when the problem happens, let's say that a major update comes out that breaks a lot of builds, you don't have to wait for other people to fix their builds, which they might be like, oh, I'm not going back to that build. And now one of your favorite builds doesn't work anymore, you're screwed. Well, if you build it yourself, then you can, okay, I'll change this, or you know what, I never really liked that boat anymore. Anyways, I'll make a new one, you know. And that's, I think that's a better way, you know, that's a way to enjoy the game. Just looking at some of the thing here as we're going up. All right, so where are we at, air ballast? We're at 61. As you can see, we're floating up higher. There we go. We've detached from the bottom, so. So probably shift a little bit of mass towards the stern. There's extra water in the bow, though. The bow takes extra water. So I may seal that bow off again, because that's probably what's happening, is the bow is filling with water. You know, so if I want it to sit flat, I don't really care if it sits flat. But I just want to test this out with an emergency blow. I want to make sure that that in an emergency I can go back up. Let's say that I run out of electricity. All I need is enough electricity to turn that valve and run the pump, and then we can get up to the surface. So kind of an important test for safety reasons to make sure that's running. Yeah, so we are rising up pretty well with just that. So we leveled right out. So that's definitely what it is. The bow of the ship here, I let the water go all the way to the top here, so it gets very heavy in the bow. So what I'll probably do is I might just seal off the bow again. I think we have enough water ballast in here. We don't need the bow open, because I was afraid I was going to have enough water ballast. And then I put in all those microcontrollers that really added a ton of space for ballast. So I don't think I need the bow to be open anymore, and that will keep us nice and level. So that'll be good. All right, nice. So that's emergency blow. That's what that looks like. We still have 4,000 liters in, and we're at the surface. So in emergency, we can still get out of here. So working pretty well. So I think I'll seal that bow. Let's do that. I don't like PIDs. What don't you like PIDs? I love a PID. PID's my favorite. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to put a block in here, and I'm going to seal that off again. And I need a new number. I need to see what, because when that was open, that was a lot of ballast. So let's actually do this. Let's delete that block I just put in. And I want to measure what the ballast was, because this is all, see all the space in the nose? I was letting the water go in here just to make sure I had extra water. but I don't think I'm going to need it. So we're going to open that back up. I want to see what the liquid is in here. That liquid meter right there. So we'll take the liquid level. I just want to see what that looks like. Guess I got player damage back on. There we go. Break my ankle. It's not reading 0. The fuck? Oh, it's liquid level. I didn't mean liquid level. I meant liquid capacity. No wonder it's 0. It's pumping in there. All right, so we're currently, we can do 85. That's a little bit on the low end for me. That's a little low. 85 worked, though. 85 did work. So we're down to 85. Let's check it. I need to make sure that works. There are some trickies I can do to try to increase it some more, but I think 85 will work fine. I could add a little bit of, see how nice and high we sit in the water? This is where I want to sit, too, so I want to have plenty of ballast in there. Quickly click this on. I'll go test something else out. Well, I can't be in the workbench while I'm doing that. So what do you say? 8,500. So let's go 9,000. I think this is plenty. Because I think it was like 7 and change makes us neutrally buoyant. Anything heavier than that, we are positively buoyant. Or we're negatively buoyant, rather. Keep saying it backwards. This dude in my Discord who's talking shit. Cool stuff in, somebody posted a submission for the challenge. Alright, I got some good submissions for the challenge so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got a week left. So. Pretty good. Alright, you see we're sink quite a bit there. So, this should sink down. Let's see. Trying to run another test while we're here. I try to run 2 tests while I'm here. That way, I'm not wasting time. Let's see. I want to check some of these. So I'll kind of show you what I've been testing engine-wise. It pauses the world when I'm in the editor here. But so this is my water box test. This is how I've been testing a bunch of the cooling systems. And so this is heatsink here. Let's delete out a heatsink. Let's do fluid port. And I'll show you this. So this one here, this rear one here will be fluid port. I'll plug this in. I'll kind of show you what I've been finding with some of the cooling systems as of late. Let's go in here, and right here I want my coolant pumps to cut in at 0 degrees, so they'll start right up. All right, so this is kind of my test, so this will keep running while I'm over here. So let me do 2 tests at once. So this is the new Module Engine tutorial microcontroller. So, I'm pretty much using this for everything now to demonstrate to people if they're having problems with their module engines. If you follow this tutorial, it will work. All right, so we're up and running. I'm going to just trim out the W key so that we run at max. This has a large generator on there. We're at, what are we at, 3 to 1? 3 to 1 gear ratio to demonstrate that this is a lot of load. This should be able to run a ship. This should be able to run anything. It's at 1,000 S-watts. So it's under heavy load. That's when you're going to get a lot of heat buildup. This is our issue I think we're having now with raw water, seawater cooling. So it's pumping water in from the ocean up through the coolant manifold down back into the ocean. Pretty simple loop. Look at the flow rates. We're only at 10.15 liters. That is way too low to be doing any real cooling. Over here, this is pumping through a heat sink. This is too low for really cooling. All right, so that's really not doing very effective cooling. I have a setup where with radiators that are working fine. Let's so that's gonna be heatsink. We'll make this one radiator. So electric radiators are working like to the level of OP right now, I would say. So if you do want really quick and dirty, so this setup right here, I can cool this with, I know with 4 radiators. 4 radiators is way overkill. 3 radiators I could probably cool this with, but 4 I 100% know this will cool. At full, running a really heavy full generator, it will 100% cool itself. So this is, I think, one of the things, and again, I wouldn't redesign your systems in a big way. I have to hook something up here real quick. I wouldn't redesign your systems in a huge way right now. I would just wait. If you want to, if you enjoy doing it, you don't mind rebuilding stuff, have at it, Haas. But for those who do, likely, I would say this is one of the things they know about. People have been reporting this. This is likely to get fixed. If we look here, are these actually running? Let me check them. That's interesting. These are looking lower than they were. I'll have to check it. I have a test build that I'll check. But we're running a higher liters per second. We are building temp, though. It's interesting. That's interesting. Let's see what my internal volume is. We have plenty of volume there. We have plenty of volume here. These were running boss. I wonder if they silent nerfed these. I don't know. Oh, I bet. Did I put them in backwards? I have to check. No, it's AB. I'll have to check it. Let's see. There. I'll bring on my other test rig. I wonder, you know what it probably is it looks like it's running fine. See, we're down on fluid again on this one though. Let's check over here. I did this test one. This one was up to like 100 something liters per second. So let's grab this one. So this is the modular engine that was cooling itself fine. Let's see, did they silently nerf this shit? Probably could use a nerf, but actually I wouldn't even nerf it, man. 4 radiators is quite a bit still. Yeah, it's not going to turn on early. Let's get this to run early. Click on this. 100, where are we at? Right here. Coolant pump cut in, 0. Spawn that sucker. So this one will cool. This one will not burn itself up. See, we're at 106. So likely what was happening is the other loops were causing this one to run slower, because it will take the water out of this system to pump into the other system. So one thing actually I was curious about is I wonder if a bunch of the water went into the heat sinks, and the heat sinks have a high capacity. I'm not sure. Like, you look at it right here, we're at 106 liters per second in this one, 106 liters per second in this one. They really, with the pressure update, one of the great benefits of the pressure update is they up the pump strength. And if I did large pumps, I'd get up to over 200 liters per second, but I don't need it. So you likely, if you're running large pumps, and there are some ways to inject air in there that you can get them up even higher, you theoretically could run with 2 radiators, maybe even 1 radiator if you're using large pumps now. And this thing will not overheat, period. This one will not overheat at all. So it just won't do it. Yeah, and that's pretty good. That's for a 3x3 engine run at 10 RPS. That's a pretty high RPS for a 3x3 with this much load on it. Large generator at a 3-to-1 gear ratio. So this is pretty stressed out, this engine, and it won't overheat. So, because I keep seeing posts that people say modular engines are possible cool. No, they're not. Just a bunch of stuff is different. Seawater is different. Stuff like that is different. So you kind of have to be careful with that stuff. Let's see. I have an airplane which I can set the RPS of the engine within. Yep. 0.01. Yeah. I've never been able to set an airplane IRL within 0.01 of anything, so it's definitely pretty precise. All right, let's see. We'll let that engine run. This is syncing fine. I want to make sure this will, let's see where it's at. I need to check. I need at least neutral buoyancy, so we'll check it. Okay, we're still 3,000 liters off, so we should be good on that. I just want to make sure that closing off the bow wasn't going to completely screw me. So likely I need to move some weight towards the stern of this. Yeah. How's it going there, Daniel? What's happening? All right. So yeah, kind of see some of the issues going on with this right now is it definitely seems like there's a limitation in here that is, you see the liters per second is a limitation. So I'm curious what's causing that. I'm trying to deduce this. Likely, I think, though, they're going to do some fixes on some of the stuff. It would not surprise me in the least if they do some changes. Because, like, this one's heat sink. This one is raw water. This one is running up to the liquid radiator. That one is heat sink. And then you come over here, and this one is all radiators, and we're at 106, 106, 106, 106. And this thing can't overheat. Just won't do it. You know, like I have this system right now. I have it if it's at if this is at 0 degrees, it will turn on the radiators. If I put it to 100 degrees, what will happen is it hit 100, they'll turn on for literally less than a second. They go on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. That's how much radiator I need with 4 of them. So definitely can be cooled, you know. I ran Triton. Triton's fine. Triton's cooled. I have to knock the speed down a little bit, but because the water cooling's not working. But I do have radiators in there. It's a hybrid. Sub is doing well. Depth hold is in there so far. It's not completed. Currently testing out another ballast run. Need to work on the airlock a little. So we'll run that test right now. I don't have it saved. Here, let's see if I can do this. I won't have my autosave if I do that. Okay. See what else I've been working on here. I could go over. I don't know if I don't want to get too far away from the sub because I don't want it to stop doing what it's doing. Let's go test the pump jack. I've got like 9 tests going on right now. This is kind of testing period for me, which I like. A lot of people don't like testing, which I get, but I do like testing. So, you know, they're puzzles for me to solve, so I like it. I'm trying to get some. I want to get as many tutorials out so people can, you know, people can be demystified by the things they keep blaming on the game that are actually just like their design issues. This has been a problem. Getting the temp up. A lot of people have been having this issue, so I need to conquer this issue of temp. It's tough getting the temp up on this. Let me try to jump where I can actually do some. This will fly up. So like I can't get the temp up enough to get these to run, so because that, I had it on one of the test builds I was doing, but now I can't, so I need to fix this. So let's work on this while we're doing it. All right, so we'll keep working on this. I was working on this the other day while the sub is filling. You know, when I'm in the workbench, of course, it's not running, but. All right, so I'm doing cycle pump. What I think I'm going to do is get rid of the cycle pump. Or not get rid of the cycle pump. Let's rephrase. I'm going to do this. I will take, that goes in here. So let's take this. And I'm going to double cycle pump this. Okay, so we'll go like this. And I'm going to verify the connection should be fluid in. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and we'll grab this, hold bad Johnny here, cut it, move it off one. And I want to make sure I'm not putting any air into these furnaces. So I want to take a liquid. And so I'll run a couple tests at once. Liquid relief valve right there. Liquid relief valve right there. Nice. That is there. So we're going to have to probably... I can't go across there. So let's move this one more. let's leave this and just do this. Having my Muska. Here, put my Muska back on. Let's go up 2. I want to do a gas relief type gas or liquid relief rather. Anyway, liquid relief here. Put a fluid port in there. Alright, that will go like that. So we're going to do a dual cycle pump on this. I was running 1 cycle pump. It just might not be enough to get the heat up. So we'll test with 2. See if I can get the temp up. This temp is a little bit on the low end, so. Keep typing the wrong damn thing. This is going to really screw me up. Crap. No, stop deleting random shit. There we go. The 2-banger there. Alright, let's run that. Let's go. It's going to be preheater is now going to be, and then this is going to be, so we're going to have dual cycles on this. Pump in. Cycle pump sa. Alright, that's good. Make sure these are connected. That's good. Alright, let's go ahead. We'll save this design here. Spawn that. So, trying to get up to over 300. Make sure we're reliably doing this. People are saying it's, impossible. I've done it, so it's not impossible. Just trying to get a design, then I'll put out a tutorial to demonstrate that it can be done so that people can have a working design to kind of go off of. Because the big thing for me is I want to test it. I want to know why it's working. I want to know why it's not working so that then I can explain this is why it's happening. And then people can say, oh, it was something simple that I didn't think of. Okay, I can play now. Because a lot of people, like, I keep seeing it, it's driving me nuts, is game's broken, game's unplayable. It's like, one, am I not playing right now? It's like, I put in hundreds of hours, man. Since the October 12th DLC, the October 12th major update and DLC released, and I've been playing a lot, and it works. Is it perfect? No, but it's working, man. So I keep hearing that. It's just driving me nuts. It's like, because it's, again, you don't know what you don't know. So if you don't know why the system's not working, then you assume, oh, it's because the devs broke the game. No, the devs changed the game. There are some things that I would absolutely agree are legitimately broken. And it's not even just broken, but not balanced. Let's put it that way. There are things that are certainly not balanced. I just went over one, right? The fact that the fluid, it looks like fluid ports to me. I can't 100% be certain. For some reason, when we do those cooling loops, are limited out to 10 liters per second, which is not enough to cool. It just isn't. And so because of that, it's making the game so that certain mechanics are not working, which makes a lot of builds not work, and it's frustrating. And I get that, absolutely agree with that. But there are a lot of things that with small tweaks you can get running. Like, I tried helping somebody out and they were a jerk about it, so I decided to stop helping them out. I told them, if you don't want help, that's fine, But, they were having a Steam problem, and I sent them my tutorial, and they're like, I don't want your tutorial. I want, it's like, okay, dude, no skin off, no skin off me, man. You asked for help. I didn't ask for help, And I'm here trying to help people, If you don't want help, that's fine. I'll move on. But it's like, you have people saying Steam doesn't work at all now. It does. I've demonstrated to people Steam works. Is it necessarily working the way you want it to? Maybe not. Put in a bug report, put in a nice bug report that hey, you know, I understand Steam doesn't work this way anymore, but, you know, for a lot of us, we like to make realistic builds. And because we like to make realistic builds, we like to be able to have a water tender, and then we vent the steam. Also, this makes so we can't use steam whistles. So whatever is causing it so that you can't inject water into the steam system, because of the pressure update, if you guys could fix that, that would help a lot of us who like to have realistic systems with a water tender work. That would make us happy. That is a good write-up. It explains what's going on, and you need to tell them what your testing methodology is. You need to provide a link to maybe your build, because I keep seeing this, like, people will put up a bug report, the devs will ask for more information, and the people will never respond. Well, guess what? You're not going to get your thing fixed like that, man. You know, I check my bug report every couple days. If they ask for any information from me, I'm going to give it to them because I want it fixed, you know. You'll have somebody who will complain about something, or they'll ask about, they want a new part, and you'll say, okay, you know, hey, that would be a cool part. Why don't you send me your request link and I'll star it? Oh, I didn't put one on the bug tracker. Well, then it's not going to get done, man. So I guess you really don't want it that bad. What is this? Oh, okay, that's outflow, and it's not hooked up anyway. Okay, that's outflow. It's not hooked up. Just checking some stuff here. That's outflow. It's not hooked up. That's fine. Just making sure my inflows are all connected. This one was being funky weird, and I don't know why. I can't see it. Not in the editor. This one should be connected fine. That was down pipe. Okay. Just checking some stuff here. You know, you kind of have to, if you want something done, you kind of have to help out, man. It's just the way of it. You know, and I get some people are not interested in testing. That's fine. You don't have to. But, you know, if you're not part of the solution, then, you know, then you got to just wait. You know, if you want it quicker, you got to be part of the solution. Come up with some ways to fix things, do some bug reports, help them find the bug reports. You know, even if the dev team was 1,000 people, they're not going to be able to test every bug because there are hundreds of thousands of us, maybe. At least tens of thousands of us, and we all play different ways. You know, there are people who play so different than me that it's incredible, you know, and they build completely different than me, and so I'm not going to have the problems they have, and they're not going to have the problems that I have. And because of that, you know, I would never be able to imagine what their problems would be, and they'd never be able to imagine what my problems would be. Now you say you have a 4-person dev team. How the hell are they going to figure out all the ways we play? So we need to put in bug reports to tell them this is how I play, this is why it's not working, you know, so they have some conception of what needs to change to make that person happy, you know. All right, pumping, pump, pump, pump. This one's funky, I don't know why this one's jittery. I don't know, the outflows are jittery. Temp's going up nicely, though. So I have 2 cycles on this time. So I don't think the preheater was helping me. It was helping last time, I think. Now, I wouldn't go with a preheater. We'll see where this caps out at. I'll get a green light on top if it hits 300 degrees. I'm testing a bunch of builds now. This is, I want to do a fractioning and drilling, a new drilling and fractioning tutorial. You know, part of my earlier drilling tutorial, which is probably it's still valid, but the issue with it is that, you know, if, one, that was when I was learning to drill myself. Some things have changed since I did that, like, not even like pressure update, but some things have changed, like, for example, they didn't have the oil spray when I did that last tutorial. So the now, you know, so you used to have a pump jack on your drilling rig, or else you wouldn't be able to tell if you hit oil. So what you have to do is say, okay, usually around 60 I hit oil, so at 50 I'll turn on the pump jack, and then once they start getting oil, I know, okay, I hit oil. Now you don't have to do that. Now when you hit oil, you get a spurt of oil. You say, okay, I hit oil. Now you can take off your drilling rig, put on a pumping rig. So I'm trying to get all this kind of re-engineered, and then I'm going to want to make a new drilling and a new pumping tutorial because a bunch of people are having problems fractioning. I have got it to work on one of my rigs. This one, I'm trying to come up with a simpler rig that will show how to do it. I'm trying to test out a bunch of different designs, see what works, see what doesn't work. Like right here, if you look, we're at 8 atmospheres. We'll see if that grows. That one's jittery for, I don't know why. But you notice the volume's not changing. That's probably what it is. It's probably back pressure on the system. It's pulling liquid out, but it's putting it back at the same rate, and it's jittering, I think, so that's fine. Because you see the inflows are stable, and then the outflows are unstable, so this is losing it fine. I'm curious about that little, you see the atmosphere and the coolant out is dancing a little bit, but it could be because it's coming out of these ports a little bit. So the gas relief valve, you can see we are relieving gas pressure. I don't know, it's showing 11. What's the A side? I can't tell what's the A side and the B side. Because if this 11 number goes up, we're pressurizing this, and it should be blowing out. So I don't know why. We'll see. See what that happens with that. The main thing that was concerning me is if that 8.7 number goes up, that would tell me we're probably getting in trouble because the liquid's going to have to fight the pressure. But we'll see when I turn on these what happens. But currently we're at 240 degrees, so we shall see if we hit 300. A bunch of people have been having issues where they can't get over 300. You can't distill under 3, and so I'm trying to make sure we can do this and show that if I show, okay, you need three electric furnaces to get over 300 degrees, or 2 in this case. You need 1 diesel, you need 1 coal, we'll do it, or 2 coal, or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Rasmus's comment. People just blame the game, but it's a skill issue. Yep. For a lot of times, that is it. I try to say it in a more diplomatic way, because, again, you don't know what you don't know. And you'll have people that will say, oh, the pressure is unintuitive. Pressure seems pretty damn intuitive to me, man. I have a problem. I think back to chemistry and physics. I think about what I've learned since chemistry and physics about pressure and physics. And I apply those things, and guess what? I solve the problem. And so for me, a lot of these things seem pretty intuitive. There is a gamification that takes it from 100% realism down to, say, 90% realism. But the theme of, for example, I have trapped gases. A gas is not infinitely compressible. A liquid is supposed to be non-compressible, so I take a non-compressible liquid and I put it in with a compressible, a non-infinitely compressible gas, and eventually the gas is going to compress so much that I can't get any more liquid in there. And if you think about that all the time, and then the devs actually made you able to compress liquid a little bit, which I think was probably a good idea because it would make it harder for people. It would make it so that it was less dynamic, so that if the liquid never compressed, you'd get situations where you would get hard locks, where you could not get past a lockup. Your system would lock up and you would be able to do nothing about it. By the devs making it so the liquid is a little compressible, it lets us get past that hard lock, I think. All right, so currently it looks like we're stalling out here right under 3. All right, so that's what it looks like now. We're getting past the stall. We're getting past it now. Okay, we're climbing again. So let's check our pressures really quick. So we're still... Okay, we haven't changed pressures. Good. So 11.1, 11.1. Yep, good. So we're static. We're good, man. Let's see. We're almost there. We're about to hit 3. There's 300 degrees. Merry Christmas. All right. So we are fractioning now. Now this is where we could go back under 300 degrees. So there's a couple ways to do this. One, let's get this temperature as high as humanly possible. Let's get it. Let's say we can get up to 340. Okay, we wait and we let this climb to 340. I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bang on diesel, and this number should start to go down. It is. This temperature should start to go down. Why is the temperature going down? Because we're pumping hot oil. We're pumping cold oil in. Okay, so let's see if we can recover from this. So I was still trying to pump in cold oil. So let's see if we recover some temp here. I've shut off the cold oil. Let's check all those pressures again. Okay, so this is interesting to see. So notice the see fluid B? So that was not air pressure in this volume. Notice fluid B is now at 1. Why is fluid B at 1? That was liquid pressure. The 11.8 was liquid pressure. So because I had pumped this full and all the air was gone, I was compressing liquid, which is fine. So that 11.8 was liquid pressurization. Once I dropped below that and I started siphoning off some diesel, even though I did some, I'll also have to see if some of it went, the pressure went down. Now notice we're losing temp still. So let's see. Let's kill diesel for right now. See if we can recover. I do have a couple ideas what's going on here. Let's check it. Okay, so as you can see, we did fraction. So likely we're right on the edge, and so we probably could come up with a system that would work like this. I would say to put another cycle pump is probably the wisest choice. With 2 cycle pumps, I was able to heat up pretty well. So let's do that. Let's make sure you're disconnected. Zing. All right, so let's put in a 3rd cycle pump loop. And we'll do that. Because you got to imagine these have a limitation. You know, they can only heat so much. And so these electric furnaces are essentially free because we don't have to pay for electricity from this base. So these cycle pumps are essentially free for us. And so it wouldn't surprise me if the electric pump was a little bit weaker than the other pump systems. So we don't need all that shit. Let's go down here. You're gonna be a weirdo, don't you? Try it there. Yeah, let's try it. Let's see where I want to put it. Let's put it like there. This one I have more gap on. All right, let's put this here. I'm going to increase our cycle pump here. The problem is I'm into the diesel there. That's a problem. I don't think I need this air relief valve. So what I'm going to do is nix this air relief valve for now. Let's actually do this. Let us do this for now. I don't want to screw with that too much. Let's, I wonder if I restrict flow. I'm curious about this. Let's try something. Let's try something. The longer, this would be my thought process. The longer the oil stays in the heater, the hotter it will get. It's a reasonable idea when you think. So let me see. Problem is temperature probes suck. I can't test within volumes really all that well. I have a notion. Let's try something. See if this will work. This would be kind of an interesting test anyway. This would tell us more about how the system works and how they've got this set up. So I'm actually kind of interested in this. Let's make a little space. I want to see how this system works. So let's see. Tank doesn't give me temperature. I don't think it does. Let's make a custom tank. Try to think of the best way to do this here. All right, let's go. I'm trying to decide the best way to do this. Problem is, I need to get a temperature on these. I can't get a temperature off a regular tank. It doesn't tell me temp. These don't tell me temp either. And the problem is the temperature gauges I need to run a temperature gauge inside of an open volume. I don't want to have to make a friggin' liquid box. I really don't. So let's just test this hypothesis really quickly. So last time we were struggling to keep temp, all right? So it's not going to be 100% scientific, but we'll do this. We'll stick that like that. And then we'll take a valve. It's an adjustable valve. Are we going in on this bad John? We're going in on this bad John there. All right, let's take a throttle. All right, throttle goes here. All right, let's just do... throttle's fine. Do a throttle. All right, let's hook the throttle to this. All right, and so what's going to happen here is this cycle pump here is going to... It's going to run freely. It's going to cycle, 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 cycle. Let's say the oil spends 0.2 seconds in here, right? How much energy is it going to be able to get? How hot is it going to be able to get by spending 0.2 seconds in here? Probably not a lot. This one here, I should be able to throttle the system, so it's going to come in. The oil is going to spend more time in here, and hopefully we send hotter oil in. And we'll see if we can get hotter by restricting the flow rate on this. So that's kind of my test, so... Like, this is the kind of stuff I like doing is, you know, again, it's the game's broken, it doesn't work, and then you do something like this and it works, and you say, ah, that makes sense, doesn't it? That the longer you have something sitting in there, the longer you have, a potato in the oven, the hotter it gets. Shocker, right? That doesn't make any sense, does it? Of course it makes sense, right? So that's what we're doing. I'm trying to put the baked potato in the oven for longer. If the baked potato's in the oven for longer, maybe it gets to a hotter temperature. So that's the test on this one. All right, that's enough oil for now. All right, so first we're going to pump in. Let this oil build up. All right, so let's watch this gas relief valve. Watch the atmospheres, right? We're able to piss any air pressure we're building up out. Now notice, our atmospheres are not going up yet. They could go up still, but our atmospheres are not going up. Why? Because as the liquid goes in the tank, right, it's pushing the air out. It has a place to go. It's out these two valves, right? If we didn't put these relief valves, the liquid would come in and it would compress the air on the top of the cylinder and it would cause compressed gas, right? So by doing these air relief valves, we're letting the gas out, it's going. Now, when this volume gets full though, you'll notice at the bottom, we're getting a little bit of atmospheric pressure build in the bottom, but you'll notice that we're going to get a buildup. And I'm thinking that is liquid because if you remember when I turned on the diesel relief pump, that 10.8 atmospheres at fluid B went away. Fluid B is inside of the it's inside of the tank. That's what's reading. We can even read, like we're going to do it right here. Go on a fluid port, read it. Should be the same as fluid B. So 1.1, 1.1, 1.1, fluid port 1.1. 1.1 is the pressure inside the tank. You can do that. That's what I was doing on my airlock too. How's it going there, Connor? It's happening. How's it going there, Jigger? It's happening. Yep. Notice the gas relief valve and fraction tower. The oil doesn't heat up. So I'm testing something now. All right, so let's let this sucker get full before I start cycling. So the test here is I'm going to let it rip normally. All right. Actually, we won't let it rip. Yeah, I'll let it rip normally. We'll see how long it takes to heat. Then I'm going to let it start fractioning. It should start running off. You remember last time it cooled because I'm pumping in cold oil. So there's cold oil in here. This is hot. We put cold water in the hot water pot. We start losing our heat. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to restrict the flow of the cycle and see if the temperature rises more or doesn't. If it rises more, my hypothesis is correct where the why have my tab off? My hypothesis is correct where the longer the oil sits in the furnace, the hotter it's going to get, which makes sense. You know, that makes perfect sense that the longer the longer the baked potato sits in the oven, the hotter it's going to get. The shorter it's in there, you put a baked potato in the oven for 10 seconds. I don't care if the oven is at 2,000 degrees. You put that baked potato in, you pull it right out. It's not going to get hot. It's going to get hotter if you have it at 500 degrees and you put the baked potato in there for an hour, right? So it's essentially how long it's sitting in the oven is what we're working on now. Right, so we're getting up there. We're at 1,000 liters. We have 13. I'm going to also shut off. I might put. I'm trying to decide what I want to do here with this. I'm going to leave the pump on. So let's watch the pressure as we build up. As we get to full, we're 300 liters away. We expect that 1.5 atmospheres is going to get higher when the liquid compresses. Now, of course, IRL, liquid's not supposed to compress. But in game, they put that in. I explain why I think they did it and why I agree with it. So as you can see, it's venting. Any air that's getting in here is getting vented fine. And we're just waiting for the, see if we get liquid pressure is going to increase. I need to index that gauge. It's not correct. It's supposed to be 1,300. Okay, notice fluid B is going up in pressure. That's the liquid compressing. So you see we're almost up to max. There it goes. Liquid is compressing. Notice the liters per second of air is going down, yet fluid B is still increasing. That's telling me the liquid is compressing. If the gas was compressing, it would be pissing out of here faster. The liters per second of air is going down. Why? We are almost out of air. There's almost no air in this cylinder. But look now, the liquid is compressed to 11 atmospheres. So that's liquid compression there. We probably maybe we'll still be able to compress it because unless they put a hard limit on it. Because as we get up to zero air, the liquid is going to have to compress. It has no... Because they do this in shocks for cars, for motorcycles and stuff like that. They put in, you have an air shock. It has oil in there. The oil goes through holes. That's one way to dampen the shock. And then you also have the compression of the air. So it's a combination of oil in the cylinder and air. So it's oil going through holes because the oil can't compress. And the air is what's compressing in a gas shock. All right, good. So we're pretty much full here. We expect we're full. Yep. So that is the liquid compressing there. So, and that makes perfect sense. People say it's unintuitive. It's perfectly intuitive. If I don't have any air and the air volume is going down, how can the air be compressing when the liters is going down? It can't. It would be pushing it out faster, right? Because it's like you open a balloon that's pressurized, right? It goes faster than if it just, it was not compressed, right? And so that's the liquid compressing is 11 atmospheres. So let's let's leave this pump on. Let's turn our cycle pumps on. So currently temp is at 23. And I need to open this valve all the way. So this valve is now at 100. All right. Temperature is rising precipitously. All right, so we're going to keep trying to pump cold oil in here. Now, that's not going to affect our temperature until I get rid of some hot oil. Because the cold oil, it's hitting a brick wall. It can't go anywhere, right? There's 11 psi of liquid in here, or 11 atmospheres of liquid in here, which is preventing, it's acting like a plug on this pump. So this pump is trying to pump oil in, but it can't. It's currently plugged. It can't do it because there's already... This is full, right? It has no place to go, so the hot oil is just sitting in there. The cold oil can't come in. As soon as we open up the diesel valve to fraction the diesel, now some of the hot oil is going to go through the fraction port turn into diesel. And now we're going to put hot diesel into the tank over here. And we're going to make room for cold oil, so we expect the temperature to go down. And then we'll begin our test. What we'll do is as the temperature goes back down, we'll see the rate at which the temperature declines. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to restrict the flow on this side to see if I can get that temperature to either decline more slowly or rebound and actually increase. So we'll see. So that's kind of what I'm testing here. Because that will tell me restricting flow will spend more time in the furnace, which will get me hotter. So. I do love that noise, though, of the buzzing of the electrics. Oh, I need to put a heater on my submarine too. So that's on the to-do list as well. You need one heater. I see people doing overheaters. On my Damon 2111, which I showed off yesterday, has one heater. It completely encompasses the entire ship with one heater. And you can go up to the Arctic, and as long as you stay within the ship, you will stay warm. If you step like a couple meters off the ship, you go outside of the, it's like a big hemisphere, is how it's set up in game. You'll start to get cold again. So, you know, some people are overheating. That's the other thing, too, is I'm curious if we put heaters, if we can do that to heat up the... so I might put some heaters on those, too, see how those work. That would be interesting as another method to heat oil. Very interesting. Because what that would do is that would keep the ambient temperature of the fractioning tower up. So, a bunch of cool things we can try. Let's see, how are we cycling here? Are we cycling nicely? Yep, regular cycle rates we had last time, 375 on the furnace. What I should have done too is put a temperature port on the ground. I'm curious how much ambient temp I'm getting off these furnaces. Currently they're unrestricted. They're up at 350. So they're not really restricted at the moment. All right, let's let this cook for a sec. We're not going to actually do anything right this second until that's at 300. So we'll come back, we'll check this test. Hopefully it's been running. Unlikely. So see, it despawns it. If you get so far away, it despawns it. Now, it might have been doing the calculations in the background. We can actually check that. That's actually kind of a neat thing to see if this is doing calculations in the background. If this tank is full, it's doing calculations in the background. Nope. So this is not doing calculations in the background. So, so that's your despawn. Is if I put a keep active, it would stay in the world, which I should have done. But not the end of the world here. So this is probably the same thing. Watch. It probably was doing nothing while I was gone. So that's fine. That's the whole point of a keep active, is to keep it active. So we'll have to stay with one of the builds because I can't run both tests at once. They're too far away. But keep actives on stuff. But kind of a cool test. So I am interested in the heaters too. So what I'll do is that'll actually be a really simple test. Put a couple of heaters in here. I'll try to put them low in the volume because my temperature probe's up here. And I'll put a couple like right here, low in the volume here, maybe 4 of them here. And I'll try to cook this section. See if I can get the temp up, the ambient temp. The other thought I had too is preheat this oil again before it goes through. So what I wanted to do that it doesn't work is I might make a preheating chamber. And so what I'd essentially be doing is, let's say it's a square block, right? And it has 4 blocks of space in it, which I forget how many liters can get in a block. I think it's 15 liters per block. So you're talking 60 liters. And so it'd be like a 60-liter block, and I put a temperature probe in there because I can't put a temperature probe. Unfortunately, I can't do the temperature of a tank, so I'd have to make my custom tank. And that would be a quick test for this cycle system here to get it as hot as possible, essentially. All right, here we are, 300 degrees. So what are you saying, Jiggy? So you said if it has gas relief valves, the fraction tile, the oil doesn't heat up. Oil is at 300 degrees with gas reliefs. So that's why I don't think that. All right, so here's the test. We're going to start fractioning. We're going to start pissing off diesel. As the diesel goes away, this should immediately go from 11 atmospheres to probably 1. because we're relieving the liquid pressure has been built up, right? So we've compressed the liquid, it's going to go away. We lose our pressure of our liquid. This should dump. Then I'm going to start taking in cold oil from the back. That's going to dump this. That's going to dump this temperature down. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to reduce this valve to keep the oil in here longer to see if I can bring the temperature back up. So that's the test. All right, so we're going to run the test now. Diesel comes on. There it goes, dropping. Temperature, we expect the temperature to drop. Yep. So that was my prediction. It looks like it's going. There, we're below 300 degrees again. And the pressure of the liquid is dropping. All makes sense. All right. All this makes sense. We're pissing cold oil in here, right? So let's do this. Let's go ahead and turn off the... let's not do that yet. Let's leave this dropping, and let's restrict flow. So let's go to 0.5. And let's check, do we get more stable rates here? We do not. So if you look here, we're putting in 25 liters per second in there. And we're taking, this can only take as many as I'm allowing it. So I'm trying to get that oil to go through here slower. See if it has any effect on here. Still crashing. Okay, let's go down to lower amount. That's too much. That pretty much just closed it off. All right, so it's starting to recover now. Let's see where we're at here. All right, so we're putting 38 liters of hot oil out right now into here. We're at 14 atmospheres, though. That's what's interesting to me here, is why is the pressure so damn high in here? We're back up to 11. All right, we're full again. And there goes our temperature on a climb. It seems like it actually likes to be, the liquid likes to be pressurized too for that. So we're gonna do another test now. We're gonna shut off the cold oil. So we're gonna let this get up over 300 degrees. I'm gonna play with it a little bit on the way up, see if I can see a change in rate. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna heat this up to 300. We're gonna fraction, and we're not gonna put cold oil in yet. So the other thought is, I wonder if high pressure is helping this to do it. Helping it to heat. So we're at 38 liters per second there. You can see the rate of climb. Let's knock this back, see what I can get this down to. See where we're at now. We're at 17 liters per second. That looks faster to me. I don't know about you. Let's look. Let's go back up. Yep. 100%. The rate is faster, it looked like, with lower flow rate. Let's go back down. I'm doing it by eyeball, which is never great, but so I'm curious if that actually works. That's interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that. All right, so now I'm not going to put cold oil in. We're back up to 300 degrees. Diesel stayed on the whole time, so this number should drop, and we're climbing. So if I can get that, so I don't know if. Okay, so let's see. We're still climbing in temperature, right? We're up to 308. Let's quickly dump that. And we're cooling. Test works, baby. Cooling. Let's drop the rate. Let's try to recover this really quickly. Okay, let's try to recover it here. So that looked like the test worked. We got to recover some temp here. So I'm curious if it's pressure related too. So this is the other thought. So that's one thought. It looked like it changed on me. I looked like it was running a much hotter recovery with a reduced rate on that valve. And that makes sense if you think about it. It's the baked potato you throw in the oven at 1,000 degrees for 10 seconds is not going to be cooked. You take a baked potato, you put it in the oven for an hour at 500 degrees, it's going to cook. So that makes sense to me. Back up 312. Fractioning. Look at the temp. Climbing, climbing. So what did I do last time? I opened this valve, right? It it let the oil cycle and get cold again. Let's do this test now. We leave this valve at 20%. I don't touch it. Let's see if the temperature ever crashes. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab a coffee. You guys watch my test. I think this is a proven test here. Let's check the rate in here. Look at that, 1 atmosphere. So the pressure is gone in here. It's not an issue of pressure in here. So that hypothesis of maybe we're getting more pressure, temperature transfer if the pressure is higher. It's not that. It's this. We need the liquid to spend more time in the furnace. We need the potato in the oven for an hour. If the potato is in the oven for 2 seconds, it is not going to get hot. So this potato is sitting in the oven for a lot longer because we're only going 3 liters per second. 3 liters per second is going through here. Before 75 liters per second. How the hell was that ever getting hot, right? It's like throwing, water in a pan, dumping it, putting the pot on the stove for 2 seconds, then dumping it right, on your pasta and expecting it to be hot. No, you need it to sit on the stove and get hot, and that's what we're letting it do. Look at the temp, climbing like a mother, fractioning like crazy. So what this would make me think is we should go back to a preheater. But the preheater should slowly put it in there. Or we run double these and preheater. So that's currently the thought process. The temp could be rising too because the oil volume is going down, but I'm thinking this valve is helping. So that's my current thought. I'll be right back. Alright, so let's see where we are here. Rocking a really good high temp. We're at 349 here. These are going up to 375, I think. Yeah, 375. I'm thinking the restriction is working. It makes sense. Again, I've used that. I'm not going to say the analogy for the 900th time, but, it makes perfect sense. We're getting, let's go check our diesel volume. Yep, there's 800 liters of diesel in there. So this is working. So I should be able to, this is kind of my testing methodology. I know some people are kind of interested in how I go through it, and that's, this is the type of thing that, you'll have people say that these things are unintuitive in game, and often it's really not. It's just, it's pretty complicated, and you have to understand the ins and outs, and it's kind of a, you have to go through some testing here because like different things could make sense in here. And it makes perfect sense that by, you know, in a game sense, does it make sense to just shoot it through the, you know, because certain game things, the higher the liters per second, the better. And so, of course, it makes sense to some people say, oh, let's get this up as high as we can. Oh, you know, I'm running my heating loop at 256 liters per second, and the fractioning tower is not working. Well, that makes sense if you think about it in a real-world perspective. That oil has no time to get any heat. It's picking up a tiny, minuscule amount of heat, and so it doesn't have any time to heat. Now you see I'm running at 3 liters per second, and we're probably likely able to get this temperature up because of that. Now, we're also not pissing in any cold oil. Let's do it for a little while. That's going to probably dump because I'm putting cold oil in. But we could very easily manage this. Like, if you look at I can't show you the diesel rates, but... All right, now do this. Shut that off. Now, we just put a bunch of cold oil in there. Look, we're not under 3. So what you could do is this. You put a clicker on there. If temperature is greater than 300 and, say, 10 degrees, 305, 301, you saw I was able to get within 1 degree of it, right? If it's greater than 301, then turn on the inlet pump. This is the inlet pump right there, right, that lets cold oil in. And what it will do is anytime it starts getting too cold, it will shut the inflow of oil off. And so you could do that where I'll do it manually again. So I'd probably add one of those systems there, shut it off again. Of course, the temperature should keep going down, right? That cold oil was still flowing in for a second. And now, notice we're at 901. Let's get it to climb up to 310 again. And I'll give it a little bit of squirt of oil again, giggity. All right. 902. So you notice we didn't lose any, right? We were at 901. I clicked it. We went to 902. So the speed we're fractioning off is slow enough that we could set up some very simple logic there. It was like, if it's over 310, turn on the pump as soon as it clicks under. So what it's going to do is it's going to go on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. And it's going to let in just enough oil to maintain the temperature and keep feeding the sucker oil. And I think that is another key to the system to not shock it. So let's quickly, I'm really enjoying this test. So let's go and we'll keep working on this for a sec. Let's try to get because I want to wrap this up. I really want to put out a tutorial this weekend on this because a lot of people have been pulling the damn hair out with fractioning right now. And it's impossible. The game's broken, yada, yada, the same old refrain where I think I've kind of got some insight on it now. We might be able to get this sucker fixed up. Temp is 350. This is supposed to be 13.5. That's why that looks a mess. All right, good. That's fixed. All right, so what do we want to do here? Let's do a blank micro. All right, so we want to take a couple parameters here, or else this isn't going to work. So this is going to be the auto feed. Auto feed system. All right, so I want to take in the toggle. I want to take in the temperatura. And I want to take in the volume. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to take the volume, the temp, and the toggle. Okay, and then we need output. Oil pump. All right. So what we're going to do here is simple. You have toggle. We need a bool. Let's see. X and Y and Z. All right, X and Y and Z. So we need 3 conditions to turn on that pump. No, it's going to change a little bit. All right, so I want toggle. volume. Let's see, what's, you check the entire, let's see, 1300, we'll say. All right, so let's go. Number pad. Why do I keep clicking the number pad number? All right, so this is the min oil Q. All right, that's minimum oil quantity. So if the toggle button is on and the minimum oil quantity is less than 1300, X and Y and Z. Okay. So that's going to allow oil to come in if the toggle button is on and the volume is less than 1300. All right. Trying to think of how to incorporate the temperature here because I need to initially fill this. The problem is the temperature is not going to be up over 300 degrees for the initial fill, and so I need to initially fill this. So I want to incorporate the temperature. Let's do. Okay. We'll do 310 because if we shock the system, that will still keep it over 300. 300 is a magic number in games, so if 300, it fraction. If not 300, it no fraction. So by making it 310, you saw like when I'd pump a little oil in, it would get down to like 303. It would still stay above, so we want to put a minimum kind of a floor on there. All right, so if the volume is less than this, we can pump in. All right. Or, so that's one condition. When the volume becomes more, we want another condition. So what we'll do is the ore will be there, and then this will plumb in there. So I can get this dressed up a little bit. All right. And so what we'll do here is then we'll do ore. It'll be X and, no, come on. X and Y. Why am I not clicking these things? And, well, not Z. What are we? W? W. W. Why won't you do W, you son of a bitch? Type a W and won't. Oh, I keep trying to do capital letters. That's why. It doesn't want to do capitals. All right. So this is kind of the hierarchy. Well, I'll go through it, make sure it actually works. So the first thing is I want this sucker to fill when I want to fill it. So we start the game, it's going to be empty, right? So X and Y. So when I do the toggle button, and when the volume is less than 1,300 liters. Okay, so that's going to fill it up. So that will allow me to do my initial fill. Once it is filled, though, we'll be over 1,300. So this condition is now dead. The pump will theoretically stop. So the pump will stop once we hit 1,300. All right. Then what's going to happen is, so I don't want Y. All right. So then what's going to happen is the second condition comes into play. So the oil will start to heat up with the cycle pump. When the oil is heating up with the cycle pump, it's going to then be the toggle button, and the temperature is greater than oil. So it will only add more oil at that point when the temperature is over 310. So there's two conditions. If we're less than 13 and if we're over 310, that's when it's going to add oil. So we'll see how that works. It might be a little funky with the volume. I might have to screw with the volume number. But that's something I can work on. Actually, you know what? I could play with this. I could play with this with an up-down counter. We're not going to get too in the weeds with that right now. All right, so let's go ahead. We'll do toggle is this one here. We do temperature, which is that bad John up there. We do volume, which is right ha. And then we go to pump. So that's going to be our new pump controller there. All right, good. So I'm liking this system here enough that I want to put a hard number on it. And I need to do it here as well. So what we'll do is... A little bit of loopy for this one just because of the size of it, where it has to go. Okay. Alright, so that is now hooked in, so let's take a constant number for now. Actually, let's just do a throttle. I want to play with the numbers. So we'll see if I can improve this, but 0.2 seemed pretty good. That was 3 something liters per second. So what I can actually do is ideally I can PID control this at some point, where it will modulate the liters per second based on a delta on the temperature. So what you could really do if you wanted to get really crazy is you check the temperature delta. If the delta, so if our temperature is going down, it's going to keep the oil in the heaters longer. If the temperature is going up, it keeps the oil in the heaters for a shorter period of time. So it essentially is trying to keep exactly 310. That would be a really kind of elegant, cool way to do it. So let's make sure this should be, I just want to make sure that's the right direction. That should be an out. Out, beautiful. All right, good. What the fuck did I just do? Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll spoon this and we'll get moving here. So, figuring some good stuff out here. There's some good knowledge to have here. Yeah, there's some good knowledge to have here. I think this is really gonna, bring some actual insight to it instead of, you get a lot of, I don't know, a lot of guesswork, and that makes sense. It makes sense, people trying their best, guessing it, and the guess might not necessarily always be correct. But the problem with the guesswork is, I think you sometimes don't get to the right solution. Alright, so that's rocking and rolling. Let's start pumping in. So, where are we at here? Oh, shit. What's wrong with this pump now? I screwed up a condition. So, nope, pump's on. We're not getting any oil, though. Why are we not getting any oil? Probably because I didn't connect this. Okay. Is that too short now? What? No, it's not. Did it fall down? It's not grabbing this. Well, that's pisser. Why are you not grabbing that, you scumbag? Just need to go down a block? Alright, here. Way to be a pain in the ass, game. There we go. Alright, let's drop this a block. I really don't want to drop it a block, though. Screw it. We'll drop it a block. It's been working. I don't know why it's now decides it wants to be Dr. Dickhead and not work. That's why I wasn't doing anything, was the oil wasn't pumping. Right, let's try that now. That should hopefully be able to grab now. It's been grabbing. I don't know why it decided to slip down the hole even more. All right, there we go. Now we should have oil so we can actually operate it. All right, good. There's some oil. Let's go start pissing some in. And oil's working, so that logic is working. Alright, that should be, we'll just go up to like 2,000 units. That way we can put off a little bit. Alright, there we go. Doesn't matter. I'll leave it running. I just don't want to listen to it. And the other thing, too, is I've been trying to get in the habit of disconnecting that pipe so that I don't accidentally have to reload the save. Alright, so we're going to set these valves to 0.2. Number was working nicely for me. Alright, good. 0.2 is working. This is pumping oil in. The oil is going to stop pumping in when it hits 1300. Then we'll start the cycle up, and it will add oil as long as the button is on and the temperature is over 3. So it has to be over 1300, it has to do that. And so it's going to go to the first condition if it goes below 1300. If it drops below 1300, you get an oil whether you like it or not. Then after that point, it's only going to give me more oil when we're over 3. So this system should work. Let me verify this one. We're at 2. So does that make sense to everybody? Why you'd want to slow the oil and let it spend more time in the heater? I think that concept's pretty basic. You know, so we may not even need 2 heaters at this point. We probably do, but I'm curious because we were getting good temps with that flow. And I don't think a preheater is really our friend at this point, because I used to do preheaters, and the problem with the preheater is the oil is spending so little time in the preheater, and it only comes in when it comes in. So if let's say we're only like bringing in 2 liters per second of oil with the preheater, we're only preheating 2 liters. 2 liters per second is pretty high. But like say 2 liters per second, with the cycle pumps, with both of them running, we're cycling out 6 liters per second, heating this volume. So it's the difference between, like, you keep pouring hot water from your tap into your spaghetti pot, and your hot water from your tap's only at 130 degrees. And so it's helping a little bit, but not really. What's really causing the spaghetti to heat up is the stove. You know, and so this is the stove. That would be the hot water tap, you know. It's not really worth it. Yeah, I do. I'm probably bake potatoes. I don't know. I'm not hungry. I put on a couple pounds, so I'm not hungry. I had to force myself to eat something today. All right, so the pump should stop at... So what we'll do is start cycling these up. So we're going to raise the temp. Temp's coming up. Coming up pretty well. Pump's going to automatically stop feeding oil once we hit 1300. What I'll probably do is make it a little bit closer to its capacity, but... So a lot of this stuff makes sense. You know, at first, people say these things are counterintuitive. I love it when I hear it about airplanes. You know, because it's like, you know, that's when I'm really like, oh, that's counterintuitive. It's like that thing that every pilot knows, you know, it's like, I don't think so. You know, but like a lot of this pressure stuff makes sense. It's like what I went through with the gas relief valves makes perfect sense. You know, we have 1 liter per second leaving, but we can compress liquids in game. As you can see, we're coming up on 1100. So what's happening is the liquid is starting to compress. Not realistic, but it helps the game and it helps the gamification work. No problem with that. You know, because you would have a ton of problems in real life if you had this system where, you know, if you had a tank full of liquid, you're not putting any gas in there, man. There's no space. It's full of marbles. You cannot fit any marbles. I don't care if they're gas marbles. Marbles are not coming in, man. And so by doing it this way, this allows us to cheat and do some things we can't do in real life, which allows people to do some cool stuff in game, and that's why I think they did that, you know. And we're heating up fast, man. We're at 260 already almost. We're cooling a little bit, which interests me though. Why are we cooling? We'll see what happens when we stop putting cold oil in there. So we stopped putting it in now, and okay, we're building again. All right, makes sense. We hit our 13 cap, right? And we're putting in, so we stopped putting in cold oil. And now it's rising again. So it was just, most likely we were pumping more oil in than so makes sense actually. This here, let's look at the rate. So let's look at the rate. So it's nothing now because it stopped, but that was like 75 liters per second, right? That it was probably pumping in. And these are only pushing 3 liters per second. So we're putting in 75 liters per second of cold oil, and we're only putting 6 liters per second of hot oil. So we've got 6 liters of hot oil, 6 liters of hot oil, 6 total liters of hot oil, but we're putting 75 liters of cold oil. Of course the temp goes down. Now we're at stasis. So we're getting very, very little cold oil coming in. You notice the number doesn't want to go down. Why? Because if we look at this valve, if we look at this pump back here, there's some oil. There's all the cold oil we're getting there. And that's it. We maybe got a couple liters of cold oil. That's it. Couple liters of cold oil. And it keeps the temp up. Let's get rid of some diesel. Now that back pump is likely going to come on more now because we're getting rid of diesel. We need to replace it with cold oil. All right, so it stopped pumping oil now. Now it's going to keep pumping it because we're running at a liter deficit now too. It's running at a liter deficit too. We're below 13, so it's going to keep pumping in oil because we're below 1,300 liters. See, it's putting in 4 liters per second because we're currently below the liters. But one thing you'll notice too is I think it's fractioning below 300 degrees right now. Yeah. So I don't know if they didn't announce it, but I think my tests have shown that we are fractioning a little bit below 300 degrees. So even though the light's not on, we're still fractioning. That's why we're getting more oil in there, is because the volume's dropping. The volume's dropping because we're pushing out diesel. So. Temp's coming back up. Let's see if so the light's currently off. I'm trying to do it before the light comes on. Are we still pissing diesel in there? All right, we stopped pissing diesel. No, we are pissing a little bit of diesel. Light's back on, and we're pissing a lot of diesel. So I will play with those. Valves to see if I get a better number. Lights out. Still pissing some hot diesel that's left in there. Okay. So we're pushing in cold oil again, which should drop our temp. Yep. So we're not far off of where we need to be. You notice it didn't drop that much. We're down 6 degrees. So likely what I could do is when I put that number 310 in there, make it 320, make it 340, right? You know, so that should be fine. Lights back on. And again, this is a good passive system. Remember, like, if you remember in the career build series, this thing just sits here and just does its thing, man. I go fly around, do stuff. I put a keep active block on this, so this will be spawned in the world the whole time. This will pump oil. This will refine the entire time. Like, that was the cool thing about when I was doing it in the career build series was I would literally just let this sucker run in the background, and whenever I wanted to, I would go and get it. You know, and not that it costs us any electric money for electricity, but you could also do a system that this will hold, what will this hold? 18,343 liters of oil. Once this hits 18,343, guess what it does? Shuts off the pump. You know, you could do that. And then so this would run, right? This would pump the whole time. As soon as the jet fuel tank is full, as soon as the diesel tank is full, though not necessarily, but as soon as this oil tank is full, this stops pumping. So if we had these two primed and turned on, eventually they would fill up. As soon as they fill up, this is going to fill up the oil. And then once the oil fills up, it shuts everything down. So you could do that system would be cool too, a complete shutdown where it shuts the whole system down when you're full. Why waste electricity even though we don't pay for it here? But this has been running pretty seriously. Let's turn on jet. So we should be splitting that oil out evenly. And so we expect the temp to go down because we're fractioning off more crap. Perfectly fine. We have no jet in there yet. Jet's been kind of being a pain in the ass lately. We'll see what it does. But we're making diesel. All right, so let's play with these valves and see if I can't get this to... Let's see if my hypothesis is working. So let's watch. So let's try to... We're currently at 3.2 liters per second. Let's increase that a little bit. Let's go to 2.5. So I'm going to try to see if I can maintain temp with just the valves. We'll see. Maybe, maybe not. So let's see. We'll go up. Do we keep temperature at this higher rate? Because at some point, the oil is going to come up to temp, And if we're not putting it back in fast enough, it's just sitting hot oil in the furnace instead of sending it back to the system. So we'll test it like this. Do we stay hotter with the higher number? It looks like a no. So at some point what I'll do is we'll actually do a quick test. I'll pull a furnace. We'll run some, it's got to be oil, doesn't it though? That's the problem, is I got to test it with oil. All right, see, we're running way cooler. That we did not go down this low before. So absolutely. So the restriction is 100% working. Let's go down and check this. All right, we're at 1 liter per second. Let's see if we can maintain temp at 1 liter per second. I'll do some reedy of Chatty Chew here in a second. Is it possible to heat oil with a fluid heat exchanger? The fluid heat exchangers are having issues, I think, currently. They are, well, actually, they might be going up. You might be able to heat it with that because currently they're not losing temp no matter what. I noticed that they're not losing temp at all. So you might be able to actually use them to add some temp. So that could possibly work. So that could be interesting, Rasmus, yeah. Don't. How's it going there, Tripper? You were in here before, weren't you, Tripper? I can't remember. Pressure update is what caused me to put my mega oil drilling distilling platform on hold. Messed up the steam generation, fluid distribution. Yep, yeah, it'll be fixed. You know, it's like anything. You know, like right now, I think I'm coming up with some, I won't call them breakthroughs, but coming up with some interesting insight into this. And it makes sense. You know, it's when people talk about, oh, it's unintuitive. At first, yeah, maybe, but like, this makes sense to me, man. And the baked potato example is right on the money. Look at this temp. This temp doesn't want to go down very much. I think this is more stable. Remember, we went down to 270 when I opened that valve up. When I opened this valve up, we went down to 270. Let's see if we go down as much. Nope, right back up to 3, baby. So, you know, the more time this liquid spends in the furnace, the hotter it gets. Does that not make sense to anybody? That makes perfect sense to me. You let the potato cook in the oven longer, we're gonna get a hotter potato. So I cracked it even more. I'm trying to keep us over 3 if I can. You know, there's an easy way to keep this over 3, put another furnace. But what I'm trying to do is see if we can run 2. If I put a 3rd furnace, we should stay over 3 the entire time. But I'm trying to utilize as small of a system as possible. That's kind of the plan. So I've got this barely pumping any liquid right now, so I'm probably too low right now. We're only at half a liter. Let's go up to, let's go to 12. Where are we at there? 6.4. Do we heat? Yeah, we're heating up more now. So eventually you're going to get to the point where I just did, right? Where I'm pissing in so little hot oil that it doesn't gain temperature. So there's a balance, right? You need to let the oil sit in the furnace long enough to heat, but you also need to have it piss back in fast enough that you get that heat. So like this right here, we're on the edge of keeping it right above 3 with 2 furnaces. I'd love to stay at 2 furnaces, frankly. There we go. We're getting close to it, man. It's close. There, it's going to dip just below for a second because we're pissing in cold oil. The cold oil comes in, right? There we go. We're going to climb again. So we're close, man. 0.15. Let's go to 0.17. Like, this could be fractions to get this right. That's the highest temp I've seen right there. I think that's the highest temp we've seen on this run. See how long it stays below. There we go. There's the recovery right there. Check on jet fuel. Jet fuel's been a pain in the ass lately. Could be that I don't have it at the right altitude either. I could have counted wrong. If I counted wrong by 1 block, the jet fuel just won't work. But we're pissing and we got diesel going. Alright, so we're recovering pretty well. We're at 0.17. Let's go up a little bit. Let's go back up to 2. See if this works better. What I should have done is recorded how low the temp gets. I think it's like 296.5 is where we're going south on this. This number's looking good. So let's see where it gets. It was like 296.5. Let's see if it gets that low this time. Yeah, it's going to get there. It's going to hit that low. Yeah, we're going lower now. So I'm not letting it cook in the furnace long enough. Alright, so we get down to 294 and change. Let's drop this number down to 15. So what did that go down to? I didn't really see it. It didn't go down to 294, I'll tell you that. So the number's somewhere in this neighborhood. Let's go down here. So I'm pretty much just watching how low the temp drops. That's telling me that I'm not preheating the oil fast enough in the cycles. So we'll see. Alright, there's a recovery there. So that's probably a little on the low end. Let's go to 15. All right, let's do this next. What do I want to do next? I'm trying to think of what I want to do. Had a thought. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, let's do this. All right, so let's make sure this is disconnected. It is. Great. All right, good. So I think we're making some progress in this so that I can hopefully get a tutorial out this weekend. All right, so let's go in here in the box. Let's actually increase this box so I can do this on the fly, so I don't have to despawn this bad John. Is that template? Oh, that's template. Never mind. Screw you. Where are we at here? This one. This one here. Okay, let's go add a node here. I'm going to put a keypad on here. Okay. And so what I'm going to do here is for this 310 number, I'm going to put this right here. All right. And I'm going to use a keypad. That way I can change this. Because it's going a swing of like, what is it doing? Like 6-7 degrees. So what I can do is if we rack this number up, we should be able to keep it hot enough, hopefully, to run where I want it. All right, I think that should be good. And keep active blocks going on there too. All right, good. Let's give this checkeroni here. Oh, don't jump off the side, dickhead. There we go. All right. Oh, you suck. Did it fall down the hole again? It did. You son of a bitch. All right. Gonna be a pain in the ass. I'm gonna treat you like a pain in the ass there, guy. Got a little Boston accent in here for you guys. I should probably put one of these on there anyways. Dear Craig. Come up with a mechanical solution for that. That'll be more fun. There we go. All right, we can go down 2 blocks. So we're going to keep it 2 up. Okay, that's one block off, so it needs to come up one. Right there. Ah, piss. I let the... It was still connected to the table, so it disappeared. Alright, let's save this real quick. Gonna be difficult, aren't you? We'll lose our sub test, but I hope I save that sub. I didn't do much to the sub. I really didn't, so... I'll quickly check my autosave and fix it. Alright, let's go fix that sub before I forget, and that becomes a disaster. I didn't do much today on the sub. It was mostly testing. Yeah, people kept saying, "Oh, I'm onto the map." It's like, yeah, you teleported. Just give it a second. All right, that was 3 backups. Shit, I put up a bunch of backups. Now, if I screwed it up, whatever, I'll fix it. I'll fix it if I screwed it up. That was last save today, so we're close to where I was anyways if I screwed it up. All right, not the end of the world. I pretty much just, I didn't really do much. I was mostly testing for most of it. Took out the last test, and then I put in 1 block, so I think that'll be easy to fix. I need to make sure this is disconnected so I don't have to reload the frickin' save again. Load the new one in. Alright, so now this will be our pipe retrieval system if we need it. So magically it's there, but this will go like this. And that will grab the pipe and we can drag it up. So if we need it. Apparently we don't right now. Okay. Drilling some oil. Alright, so before we had this set to 310. Nice, nice, nice. All day, huh? Good, good. Looking forward to making a Steam home ship, too. That's going to be for the Career Build Series Live. I think I'm going to do a Steam home ship. Be kind of a fun something different. It'll be small. I want it to be small. Yeah, like this. Just reading somebody's thing on Reddit right now about what I'm working on now. Alright, so we're coming up here. So this is going to be hotter, so when it dips low, we're hoping that it stays hot enough. So, and then if it works, I'll test it with different restrictions. We'll kind of do a final test. Does the flow rate restrictions actually matter? I think pretty much conclusively, I think yes. If I'm pissing, if I piss oil that is not cold enough, what I really need to do is I need to put a manual tank in here, and I need to pump from here into the manual tank, and I need to have a temperature sensor there to see what temperature it is in the tank. Then I need to pump from the tank into the fraction tower, and that way it would tell me if I am heating the oil long enough in the electric furnace. That's essentially what I need to do to get a conclusive result on that, but because unfortunately we don't have inline temperature. All right. Makes perfect sense, again, that the temperature is going down because we're pissing in more cold oil than we're able to heat. Now, it should turn around, which it does, because we're not really pissing in that much cold oil. None, really, frankly. And I set this to 340, right? Yep. Okay. So it's making sense. It's just, you know, you got to think of a lot of things. And you know, one thing I always think about, you know, one of the reasons I don't rag on people for not knowing these things is because, you know, you could be a 10-year-old kid trying to play this game who's, like, has never had a physics or a chemistry class and doesn't understand these things. You know, it's like when you see somebody who might build a car that has a 5x5 diesel in it and they have no gears and it's going 60 RPS. You know, they've never driven a car before. They don't know how any of this works. It's like when people don't understand how a transmission works. They may have never driven a car before. Like, unfortunately, most people now are never going to have experienced a manual transmission. So they don't know why the car shifts at a certain RPM because they've never had to do it. And they've never felt what it feels like when you shift too early or too late. And so, you know, some of that stuff is going to be, you know, it makes perfect sense. People don't know those concepts. And I think the better strategy is to just try to help them out than to be jerky. All right, let's see. Probably on the low end here. On the heat up, let's go up to 20. And that does look like that definitely accelerated. We got up to 20. So yeah, that's going to have to be the conclusive test, I think. Pump oil through the system. I'll do it on the side here. I'll put one over here. So essentially, we'll take some oil. I'll pump it into the furnace, and then we'll pump it into a storage tank. And I'll probably have a second tank to get rid of it. And we'll see, does the temperature go up with reduced flow, or does the temperature not go up with reduced flow? At what temperature does it, you know, which reduced flow works best? So something like that. There's 3. Okay. All right, so I'm going to let this start to crank. If I turn on diesel and jet fuel, the volume should go down. It's not going to recover that volume until we hit 300 degrees, though. I'll piss a little bit in. It'll piss a little bit in because it's going to go below. Looks pretty damn stable to me now, though. Look at that. Stable, 1300. We have not dropped. There we go. It got a big squirt of cold oil on that run, but we're close, man. We're right on the edge. Let's get rid of diesel jet for now. I want to get this temperature up to like 340. See if it stabilizes there. This should prevent it from pissing new oil in, so it should keep the same hot oil in there. But like I said, the easiest way to do is add a third furnace. Like, I'm going this hard just to try to see if I can do it with 2. If I had a third furnace, I don't think we'd have any problem at all because it's, you know, get an extra furnace doing work for you. But I want to get it as precise as possible. I want to learn something from this. You know, there's the overkill method of just, put a bigger engine in, put a, burn more fuel essentially. But I kind of want to do the finesse thing here, see if I can get it as small of a unit as possible. Giggity. All right, so this is not going to take in any fresh oil because I don't have the diesel jets on. and so it's not pissing any out. And we're gonna try to get up to 340. You can see it put out some diesel. That's why it lost temperature, was because the diesel went out. The cold oil came squirting in. Yeah, the other thought is do a preheater, and just make sure the flow comes in slow enough that it's already at 300 degrees. So that's what the other temp is. So we're almost up to 340 now. All right, you see it squirted some oil in when it hit 340. And we dropped down to 319. So that gave a lot of oil to the system here when it hit 340. So let's turn these on. Let's see what it does. We'll probably still dump because when it goes to 340, it's squirted a ton of oil in. So we'll see if this will work like this. Yeah, I put a bunch of oil in when it hit 340, which is all cold oil. Yeah, that really cooled it down. That put a ton of cold oil in there and really cooled the system down when it hit 340. It turned the pump on for too long, and it let a lot of cold oil in. So I gotta wait for it to recover. All right, so let's do a test here. We might as well. All right, so let's go. Why won't you give me a proper colored one? What's that going in the top? In the top. Okay. Now you're off-centered, huh? Awesome. This one's fine, though. I just put the elbow off-center. Nice. All right, good. That's going to break my brain if this is floating, so let's not do that. All right, good. So it's going to be cooling out. Trying to keep this volume small. I don't want to spend all day heating and cooling the sucker. I want to kind of get it going. It's probably going to be worthwhile preheating. I think it might be better to just go back to preheating, but just slow the flow down so it has to get hot. We're actually in here. There we go. Okay, so let's grab a temp probe. Yeah, like 3/4 of the letters correct there. Okay, that's good. Let's just grab a tank here. Will these take oil? I don't know if these will take oil. Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head if they'll take oil, so let's just build a different tank. This is just going to be a waste tank here. Okay. Of course, I built it one block too close to the friggin' thing. Shocker there. Shocker there. But I do that. I constantly do. Okay, let's cut that. Move it over one. All right. Grab a temp probe. There. Alright, let's hope this test works. So let's grab a dial. Toggles. Alright, I think it's good for now. Let's start plugging. Alright, so I think we can run a test on this. Get out of the way. Alright, so let's go to 20. Fuck. Okay, it's just slow. I say I put it way slow so I could really granularly control it. I thought it wasn't moving at all. I was like, God damn it, I gotta go back and just fix it again. We have Earl. We have Earl. Okay, good. We got a good bit of Earl there. I think we're good on that. Good on the Earl for now. Alright, let this heat all the way up before we start putting it in there. I don't grab manually. Usually, that's the first time I've ever had slip in the hole. Usually, it's precisely where it's supposed to be, so it goes. And I can just snatch. But if for some reason it slipped down. Alright, we're up 350. Let's start pumping oil in there. Okay. Alright, so let's see. What does it have an internal capacity? No. Okay. Not really. No. Let's go at 20. Okay. So that is pumping through. What are we at here? 5 liters per second. Okay, so the oil is now up to 244. So what we're going to do is we're going to vary this. I need to keep pissing it through to see what the temperature is going to be, but I'm trying to get a notion of what's in there oil-wise. Let's see. Get out of there. What's the internal volume of this? Okay, 218. So we're coming up on halfway full. All right, so there is coming up on 300 degree oil right there. So it is getting to 300. All right, at 20. All right, so we're gonna stop, and we're gonna pump it out. Why does it have diesel and jet fuel in there? You notice that? What the hell's that about? Is it automatically making diesel and jet fuel once we hit 300 degrees? That's what it's doing. The hell is it doing that for? It's automatically making diesel and jet fuel at 300 degrees. That's screwed up. That's not right. That is not right. I don't get that, man. That's screwy. It's automatically making diesel and jet fuel when we get to that temperature. Like, we don't need the ports anymore. That's friggin' weird, man. Look, it's back to oil. It's back to oil in here. That must be how they do it. Once it gets over 300 degrees, it just reports it as 50-50. And then the port, I bet you that's what it is. If you look here, there's there's effectively no diesel and jet fuel in here. So what it's doing is when oil gets to 300 degrees, which actually makes sense, it's splitting. So it makes perfect sense actually. It's when it gets in the tank, and it is it splits at 50-50 once it hits 300 degrees, and then the port allows you to pull it off, which is actually how it works in real life. So it's actually not that weird. All right, so so temperature in here is still 300. How much friggin' liquid's left in there? I want to pump this out. All right, we're almost done. We're almost out of liquid here. I'm just waiting for this last little bit of liquid to go out. Because it's going to screw up my reading if I do this. All right, so we're going to go a little bit lower on this. Wrong way. Okay. All right, let's pump it now. All right, we're filling with oil. Let's check the temp as it goes in. So I think I wish I had taken note of the temperature of the oil. Now the oil is at 319. So let's actively play with this as I'm working here. So that went up. Eventually it should go down. There it goes down. Try to get it come back up again. Or 15 again. Now we're going up again. 62. All right, good. It's going slow enough that I can actually monitor it. So let's see if I can fill this volume with consistently keeping it above 300 degrees. Because this will be my preheater. We'll preheat it. As long as I let the oil in slow enough and it stays above 300 degrees, I know kind of how I need to run my preheater. That's nice. Getting nice hot oil coming in here. Gravy, sucker. Gravy, sucker. So I think 320 wasn't bad. Let's see. 326. Let's tap it up a couple notches here. Still rising. Gotta watch it. You know, again, if we send the oil through too fast, it's not gonna have time to heat. So we want to kind of, okay, we're slowing down now. That's good hot oil in there, though. I'm trying to get the critical, how much oil can I send through here before it starts to cool down? There we go, we're cooling. Okay, let's drop. Let's stick with a 15. See, it wants to cool again. Let's see where we're at here. Because I have no way of... Is this... Okay, what? Ah, you suck, man. That's supposed to be off. Piss off. That screwed my whole test up there. Alright. That screwed my entire test up. I thought I'd shut that off. That was pissing all the oil in here. I was trying to make sure this consistently... I'm trying to get as high of a number on this as I can before it starts cooling off. So I need to, like... I can't let it... There we go. Okay, we're dropping. Let's go down to 20. Make sure this thing isn't pissing oil out. You're not pissing oil out, are you? The other thing too is I'm curious is, like I said, it's converting it into diesel and jet fuel, which makes sense. That's what it's supposed to do. So I wonder if it's taking some heat with it. So all I want to do is make sure this preheater never goes below 300 degrees. So 20. Let's see if I can drop it to 15 and we get hotter results, which I think we will. Because it will be staying in the furnace a little bit longer. We'll see. Maybe not. You know, it's a double-edged sword. You slow it down too much, right? If you did 1 drop of super hot oil per day, it's not going to heat up very quickly. So it's kind of you have to get it just right. The balancing act, like everything. There we go. I think 320 is a pretty good, or 20% is a pretty good number. 20% is a pretty good number. We just don't want this ever to go under 310. So we'll keep an eye on this. Make sure it doesn't go under 310. Because if I start racking this up, it's probably going to cool off. Check the flow rate on that. That's pretty damn low. I might be getting close to out of oil too. No, I'm good. Still good. Okay. All right, so this is consistently staying above 300. I'm gonna sit with it, make sure we don't ever go under 3, because what will happen is we'll switch out one of them as a preheater. It will do the same thing. It will slowly piss in the cold oil, but only after it's heated up. So I just want to watch, just make sure we don't get under 300 degrees. So I want to make sure it recovers and goes up. What we'll do is then we'll switch it over to preheater and cycle pump. Preheater will keep it, will only put oil into the system that is over 300 degrees. Again, I wish I could put a temperature probe in there and do it. But see, I can't pump out of this tank because it will pump it out. It'll pump it out as oil. I could do it. I could do a preheating tank as a thought. Let's make sure this doesn't go under 3. This will work like this if I do that. Get the collier working, yeah. Alright, I gotta, unfortunately this is taking a second, I'm gonna go watch this. Let's see if this could be full. Nope, not full. Alright, so check it. Alright, try it. Don't go under 3 for me there, buddy. Let's do me a kindness here. What's the flow rate on this? Nothing at the moment. Okay, that's probably what's causing it. Let's see. Let's put a little bit of hot in there. Alright, so let's, I think I've got enough info off this test to do some work on this. Okay. Alright, so we're going to exchange this out for preheater. So, let's see. That will go in like that. That's a funky wonky. That. Turn this into a preheater. So let's see. This one I want on with the toggle button. This one will be not cycle pump. Let's just run this like this. I'll do it myself for right now. And let's start this at 20. Let's just stick with 20 for now. Okay. Let's give this a run. See if this is gonna fix it up nicely. So the preheater's fine, but we need to just make sure it preheats to the right amount. Preheater's going on. That should be at 20%. Temperature's rising up. I don't even have the cycle heater on, so this is preheating nicely. So, like, if you notice, we still didn't get under 3. I'm going to run a test without the cycle heater. See if we can run it without the cycle heater. We may be able to run it without the cycle heater. That's a possibility. If I need like an extra 10 degrees, the cycle heater should be able to cover that, I think. We'll test it. I might be able to even do 1 if this runs really good and hot, but we'll see. I just want to get enough information that I can, with confidence, do a tutorial and then actually answer some questions if people have it. The last thing I want to do is get into it and be like, oh, well, what if I did this? I'm like, well, I didn't test any of that. I have no clue. So it's like trying to get as much as I can on answers for this sort of stuff. So just waiting for that to come up. Volume's taking a little bit to come in, but it's going to come in slow because this is restricting. You know, so we're only doing 2 liters per second. So yes, the initial flow, the initial first fill is going to be slow. But the benefits of this before, like when this hit 340, the problem with why 340 was actually running colder was when 340 hit, it was opening this valve and pissing in so much cold oil, it was shocking it back down. And so the higher number was actually causing it to cool off more. This is going to take longer to get in, but this will only ever put 300-degree oil back in the system. So that's going to do it. The other thing I could do is you have a transfer tank. This big tank here goes into this preheater, which goes into a tank, a very small tank like this water heater size tank. And then this pump, fuck off you. This pump here only ever sucks in from this transfer tank when the temperature of the transfer tank is greater than 300. So it only, I'm gonna kill you, microcontroller, or only ever puts in 300 degree plus oil. So that's another thought. So, which it's funny though, it separates into oil and jet fuel, and then it converts back to oil. It only puts in jet fuel, diesel, and then it converts it back to oil, which is interesting the way they did it that way. I thought it was spawning in the fractioning ports. It isn't. It just will only take it out, which is actually a pretty smart way to do it. So I think this is going to be the way to do a preheater. And bingo, we're almost there. There's 300. I'm going to let it get up a little bit, and then I'm going to turn on the ports. I'm not going to turn the cycle pump on yet, though. We're going to leave the cycle pump off. So this cycle pump's off. All right, that's good enough. We turn on diesel. So you notice we're still going up in oil. Actually, we might be able to do this with 1, baby. I think we can do it with 1. Famous last words. I just said it to watch something happen and not do it. I think we can do this with 1 now. Yeah. So this is key, is having a slow, you can't put cold oil in there. You need to reduce the flow rates. The flow rate being reduced is a big part of why this is working, because it's taking that cold oil and it's saying, no, you can't go in the fraction tower, dude, until you're over 300 degrees. Just can't do it. Can't go in there. And you notice, look at that. We're up 323. We're still slowly gaining oil because the diesel port's going. So I think we're in business here, man. That's running well. Zang. I think the problem by jet fuel's got to be altitude. It's got to be too low because if with this test over here, you saw that it's showing jet fuel was in here. So the jet fuel is in here. It's just the port is in the wrong position. So I might have miscounted. That if I brought that, it's from like 33 to infinity, I think. So I should just raise this up by a couple blocks. It'll probably work fine. But like, look at that. No cycle heater required. We're down to 1. That's awesome. And look at the temp. Temp's high too. Temp's not going anywhere. That's gorgeous. Look at that. That is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. We're still gaining oil too. We're able to piss in more oil than we're taking away. That's really good. I think so. I think I've got a handle on this for a good tutorial. Because that's going to be really effective now. Because you only need this one. It's all in the making sure that, and this is, again, this is a problem I see a lot in this game, is everybody wants to go full throttle everything. If you watch the Steam tutorial, which I highly recommend you do, one thing you'll notice with the Steam tutorial is, what did I say to do? Do not crank your furnace to 100%. Have a temperature controller on there. Your furnace, your boiler only needs like, what was I doing, 115? And your furnace, I had my furnace up to 200 for start, and like I think I had what did I have? 170, I think. And people were running their furnaces at like friggin' balls to the wall, 300 something degrees, and you didn't need that. The system worked better at a lower temperature, which made sense because you were overheating your condenser. And so that made perfect sense, but for a lot of people, more heat must mean more steam. Yeah, up until a point, until you flash boil your steam in the condenser, and then you have no more water. And the same thing is true here, is by running a reduced flow rate, we're keeping the oil inside of the furnace longer. The baked potato analogy, right? I have a 1,000-degree oven, and I put the baked potato in there for 10 seconds. Well, guess what? You pull it up, and you pull it out after 10 seconds. The potato is still raw, but you take a baked potato, you put it in there at 500 degrees for an hour. Now the baked potato cooks. And we want to leave the oil in this furnace long enough to cook. It is now cooking. And this has not dropped below 300 degrees at all, and we're friggin' hitting max temp here. We're currently still pumping oil in there. We're making diesel like a mother. Let's turn on jet fuel. We're probably not going to work. I think it's a port height thing. It is. It's a port height thing. Or I've dicked up a connection. So this is, as far as I'm concerned, 100% working. It's working. It's working rationally. It makes sense. The problem is, like, even I, right off the bat, some things seem counterintuitive to me. Instead of saying, oh, the game sucks, they fucked it up, this makes no sense, the devs should take a physics course, they should take a chemistry course. This makes perfect sense, man. But you got to take the time to look at why it makes sense. And sometimes at first it seems, maybe it doesn't make sense. But now, and then you make sense. It makes perfect sense. The baked potato analogy. That's what's going on here. So it's perfect. It works perfectly fine. So I will put out a tutorial on this as soon as possible and we'll get that up. But, this is even better than I imagined. No cycle pump required, man. We're down to just a inlet pump. That's it. A feed pump is all we need. A feed heater. That's it. Working beautifully. This number here, like I was saying, it didn't make sense to a lot of people. Why am I getting pressure? Why is the liters per second going down and the pressure's going up? Because we can compress liquids in this game. It makes sense. Is it, it's not 100% realistic, but it makes sense. So this is now working beautifully. That's working really, really well. Jet fuel, I'm going to have to raise the port, like I said. But, look at this. We're pissing in diesel really nicely. We have not dropped below 300 degrees the entire time. So a lot of this was folly. 20% is pretty good. Could there be a better number? Sure. Do I care? No. Because I'm not going to stand here and like just wait for diesel. Because generally the way I run my my pumping station is this has a keep active block. I go, see you later, alligator. So let's see. 733. Actually, let's do it off of here. Let's do this. That's not going to work if I do that. Let's check this. All right, 8. That's a full. Okay, so this actually, I will test it. Let's do this. Let's let this settle for a second. All right, 18209. 18209. Let's see. Let's check real quick what I screwed up on my submarine. I don't think it was much. All right. So that's got a keep active block on it. That should be running in the background. Stick one on here. It's somewhere. So I can do my tests and I don't have to. What I might do too is put more air volume in here at some point. So I got to keep that in mind as well. Let's do keep active. Stick one on there. All right. So I changed something in here. I got to make sure I didn't screw it up. I didn't change much, so paint's still done. Yeah, I didn't really do much today. Mostly testing. Kind of showing you guys where I was at. Just check the numbers here. Hopefully, nope. Autopilot's no. I fucked up the autopilot. Okay, that's fine. I dicked up the whole autopilot. That sucks. All right, I'll have to fix it. Yeah, no, I didn't. It's in here. Okay, perfect. I did save it. I thought I'd saved it more recently, so this is saved. Okay, we're good. That's fine. These numbers are bonk now. I'll change these numbers. That's all I changed. These were 3 5s. I'm going to change them lower. I'm going to change them to 2 5s. I'll play with them later, test them out. So I really didn't screw up much. I did mostly testing, ballast testing. I put in a block in here. Really physically did not change much. I put in a block in here. And that was it there. That was really about all I actually did on this. It was mostly testing today. I'm getting close to being done with the sub, which is nice. Because I think it's due the 17th, so if I think about something I want to add, but I'm already kind of wanting to get on another project. I'm enjoying the sub a lot, though. This will be fun to play with in the career build series. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the sub. So let's, I'll do my test here because that was one of the things I wanted to keep active block for. Did I save this thing? I did. I keep forgetting to save, and then that's a mess. That oil platform, I was doing a ton of testing last night, and I kept forgetting to save it. And so when I started working on it again, it was like I was back like an hour. I'm like, I'm going to fix a bunch of stuff. Okay. Stop jumping off stuff, dickhead. There we go. All right. So, let's head back to the oil. So, it was at 1820 something, 208, 18208. This number. There we go. Yep. Keep active, as you can see. So this is kind of the way I operate this thing. Is this thing should just run in the background. It should pump oil. It should distill. It should do everything it needs to do by itself in the background. You should not need to be babysitting this thing. If it has a keep active block, as you can see, the oil volume went down even though I was way the Christ across the map. Now, if you have a potato PC, again, you got to be careful. Whatever this is in resource-intensive nature, this has to stay in the world. Potentially this whole chunk of land, which I would say is a tile, because in the add-on editor, go in the add-on editor here and find the tile this is on. So we go to, I love that they put some tabs in here. That was beautiful work on that. Where are we? Right here, maybe? So this chunk here, this is not it, but like, I would say that what happens is because this has a keep active, this chunk probably stays active. That whole chunk probably stays active. And because of that, the This can still pump oil, it can still refine oil, it keeps track of all the volumes. But you need to understand that all these logic that I'm running needs to run in the background while you're somewhere else. So if your potato doesn't handle it, then that's going to be a problem. But for me, it's fine. This runs. The sub should be fine. The sub should be filling because it has a keep active on it. So, but this thing is absolutely working phenomenal now. This works really well. So very cool. The only thing I need to fix is jet fuel. So let's do that. And then I think we'll take the old break here. Okay, we'll get off. Oh, jump over the railing, you scum. There we go. Okay, good. So this test can go. So I'm really pleased with this. This worked out really well. You know, you gotta have a little bit of staying power. I see people that work on something for 20 minutes and, you know, get sick of it. And that's fine. If you don't like testing, perfectly fine. But you got to wait for other people to test. And that was, you know, I talked, somebody was asking if they should go back to stormworks, and they were talking about all the rumors they heard. And one of the things I talked about is, like, it's up to you, man. You know, everybody's different. Some people, like, they don't want to play anymore or whatever. You know, I'm not going to beg them to come back. You know, there are some people that just, you know, like any game, you know, you'll get to the point where you're just sick of the game or whatever. It's perfectly natural. And for some people, their tolerance for having to relearn mechanics is very low, and there's nothing wrong with that. Other people enjoy it, like me. I enjoy learning new mechanics, and so it's kind of like you gotta. Is it fluid there? You know, you kind of have to enjoy it to do it sometimes, and some people just don't. And it's like the people who beg their friends to buy a game. It's like, I have friends I would love to play this game with, who I've been playing games with for years. I asked my brother, it would be great. You know, my brother's a software engineer. It'd be awesome to have him come and do some Lua stuff. But he has no interest in it. So instead of bugging the shit out of him to do it, I realized that's not his game. So you know what I do? You know, I go on the Discord here, and I ask the people here if they want to do something. Oh, I might have just found the problem. I think I just found the problem. You know, so I think it's better to go where people are enjoying the game already. So it's like, it's better to go in Discord right here. I screwed this up by a block right there. That's it. That's it right here. I screw this up. When I drag something, I drag through. Oh, no, that's not it. Is it? That's it. That's it, baby. It was right here. No, it's right here. Okay, crap. That's not it. Piss. That's not it. Okay. I thought that was it. This should be up. This should be bringing the oil up in here in the side channel. Let's check the side channel. Yeah. It should be coming up the side channel. Okay, so let's do this. I need a standing platform. I need to test this out. You know, so it's like, you know, I try to get my brother to play this game. He's not interested. You know, so instead of hounding him, it's like, you know, not every game is for every person. It's like, it's better to find the community. It's like, you know, if I want to find people who want to play this game, well, go to the Discords, find somebody who wants to play the game, and you'll find somebody who actually enjoys the game. And that's better than trying to force your friend who doesn't like it. You know, it's like my friends who I play Tarkov with are not interested in this game at all, and that's fine. You know, I play Tarkov with them, and so when they want to play Tarkov, I play that. They have no interest in this, and then with all of you guys like to play this game, and so, you know, hang out with you guys and talk to you guys about this game instead of boring my other friends with this game. Alright, so that's showing, so that it can get through here. So I got to check the port height. So let's check. I'm not going to run this thing, but I'll check it really quick. We'll try to get a little bit of diesel in here, or jet fuel. So what I'll do is that's the port height right there. If that showed 0, it would tell me that the liquid, that it's not going through. If it didn't show the full volume, it would tell me it wasn't going through. But this is, so let's, don't copy it. Cut it. Let's go up. So you see how, like, all my tricks to try to keep this volume as small as possible, like this is all solid in the middle. It's solid, completely solid in the middle. It's this one little half block channel that lets the oil get to the top. That's it. Because that's how I keep it, so that this has a really small volume. Because the smaller the volume, just going to be the easier to heat it. Now, I do have to test it again. Are we going to be able to maintain heat? We should be able to. We got up to 340. So So we had no problem heating this batch. Okay. So this is all solid. Yeah, there's just all solid blocks in here because I want that volume to be as minimal as possible. I want that little sliver bringing all the oil up. So I just randomly brought it up. I know the jet fuel works. I probably miscounted when I did the other one. All right, so now let's find the new area here. So right there, let's grab a liquid. So what I'll do is I will do a long, miserable, boring, long tutorial, which will explain everything comprehensively so people actually know what to do. And that will kind of get us going on that for the, you know, because a bunch of people have problems with this. And so now that I kind of have it figured out, I think it will be a good time to share the results and get people on board so they can have fun with the game too. Okay, pump, electricity pump connection there, good, good. All right, so that's raised up. Let's spawn it. We should be getting way more than 1350 now, but we'll get a read on it. And actually, the logic has gotten much simpler on this. Oh, fuck off. The logic's gotten much simpler on this, so with just the preheater too. So, all right, 1375. We didn't go up that much. We went up 25 total liters. And the jet fuel is sitting up higher, so hopefully that's running. Let's give it a quick run. Should be able to pull jet fuel off as soon as it hits 300 degrees. So no cycle pump anymore. That's beautiful. Yeah. I've had no desire to do Lua. It would be nice. I'll try to get motivated to do it. So this is what's going to motivate me, Rasmus, all right? The ASD tug. It'd actually be cool if we could do a threesome with Basilicious, and all three of us could work on something. But this is what I would... let me leave that to pump for a little bit. So this is what I would like Lua-wise. Like, there's only one Lua project right now that is like, interesting me. Let's actually go back to the submarine and I'll spawn it over there. Like, this is the other thing is learning how this game culls stuff is interesting. So, like, here, teleport watch. Okay, so notice how everything was spawned? Now, my hypothesis would be everything spawned over here because I have a keep active block on my submarine. So this chunk is always loaded. Let's teleport over here. See if this chunk is preloaded. Okay, this one preloaded. Let's see if Cajun, which I doubt, is preloaded. Okay, that wasn't a great test. I can't tell from that. I was hoping that would show me. Like, you noticed before, like, I was under the dock, and things like the pumps haven't spawned in. One thing you'll notice is the gasoline pumps, or the diesel pumps, rather. They don't spawn in right when you teleport, so it takes them a second. I'm trying to find, I know, Holt Town. No, right here, Holt. Let's spawn here, see if the pump spawns in position, or if it has to spawn in. Okay, that one spawned in. So a lot of stuff's pre-spawned, it looks like right now. I'm curious if that's because I have a couple keep actives in the world. But yeah, so Rasmus talking about, you know, we're going to do some Lua stuff, and I have not been motivated, but I'll show you what will motivate me here, because there's been one thing I've been kind of wanting Lua. Generally, I'm just like, oh, I'd rather do analog panels anyway. Like, this is my Lua panel. I made that. I made this one. Check ballast. Big ballast. So this is what I want. This is like the big Lua project that I've actually been wanting to do, and this will get me motivated to do it. So I pulled this out yesterday. Giggity. No, not that. So I want to work up some new ASD drives. And so this is the ASI test here. And so what I want to do is this. So I'll kind of draw it up really fast. So like if you look at the azopods, right, they have 360 rotation. All right, and they also have thrust is what I care about. So I care about their thrust and their rotation, and I want it on a quick and easy gauge, which will really give me the best information for that. That's where I think it's really necessary. Where I get a reasonable thing, I can do it reasonably analog, but it would be really cool with a nice Lua. So let's here. All right, so I'll bring up kind of show you what I'm thinking. But this is actually like I need to be excited to do Lua because it's kind of I've talked before like I'd rather just you know do some builds than do Lua sometimes. So like let's do black frame on here. Okay, so thinking like this is kind of let's do. So let's say that's my Jesus Nazareth, that's huge. All right, so let's say we have a, this is a 1x1 monitor. Okay, that's a 1x1 monitor. And so let's see what we want to populate it with. So let's go, okay, that's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. Why am I not on that layer? Okay. So let's say that's the monitor, and so what I want is something towards this effect. So let's say you had, I don't know, it could be any color. So it looked kind of like this. So on the monitor you would have a couple ASDs, and they would look like this. And essentially, let's see, do that. Oh, fuck off. Okay, and so you have your two ASDs here. This would be the propeller direction, right? And so you would just could have an arrow on here. And so I have a couple thoughts would be kind of cool. So let's say you have your arrow in there. Let's make it 10. All right, so this would be the orientation. So it's, piss off with you. 10. All right, so that's the direction of travel of that's the direction of where they're thrusting essentially. They thrust in this direction. And so they would never go in reverse. You don't put these ASDs in reverse. They always go forward, and that's the whole point. And then what you would do is you essentially you could do a bar graph would be kind of neat. You could also do as percentages. I would do bar graphs in here and then percentages. So maybe bar graph. So let's see, you would do line. What's a line? It's pretty good. Let's go 20s. So you'd essentially do something like this where it would be, you know, the bar graph would fill as you start to, oh, come on. The bar graph would fill as you start to, you know, thrust up. And so it'd be something like this, you know, and you would bar graph your way up as this fills, as you start to add power to your system. And so you essentially bar graph up like that, showing your thrust was up. And so like if this one was at this rate, you would know that that your port azopod is running higher than your starboard azopod. Now, what would actually probably be better is if you did percentages. So let's say this was at, oh, I don't know. Let's go Helvetica. Helvetica in all is, Helvetica, where the hell are you compressed? Okay, and let's go, I don't know, 20. So like say this would say, we'll do green. This would be like 10%. So that would tell you you're at 10% thrust. And then this one over here, let's say you're at 15% thrust. So you know that this one is thrusting harder than this one. And then you would have, you know, your ship direction. So let's say your ship was pointed this way. So your ship's pointed this way. So that's the direction of the ship. And then what you would do is you would have the angle of your azopod on it. So let's say the angle was on here. So let's say put something like this, different color maybe. So let's say, and it would be relative to your direction of travel. So like let's say this one said 90. 090 essentially, so that was at 090, and it would be relative to the ship. So you essentially, if this one was 090 and this one was 180, I'm trying to think, 90 degrees relative 180, yeah, that works. And then you would grab them, and so essentially on the monitor what it would do is be this, it would go like this, and so if this one was at 90 it would look like this. So this would say, hey, you know, I would even put the 10% right under here. So it'll tell you the degree and the number. So if you wanted to, you could read degree number and then maybe the bar graph there instead on the bottom, or percentage in there duplicated. And so you know that this one is at 90 and 10% thrust. This one would be at 180 and 15% thrust. So this one would look like this. And so this thruster would be pointing at 180 degrees, so directly astern, and it's at 15% thrust. This one's at 90 degrees, and it's at 10% thrust. And then you know, okay, well, I want to go forward now, so what would you do? Well, this one here, I would want to match the thrust, so I'd start to click up my W key to get this one to go up to 15% thrust, and I would rotate this one until it reads 90, or 180 rather. So this one would read 180, 180, 180, 180, 15, 15. We know we're equal going forward. Let's say I want to gently turn to the right. Well, I could do two things. One, I could turn my azopod, or I could bring this thrust down from 15% down to 10%, and then we gently turn right. And so this would constantly, like, you get a visual representation of where your azopods are. This is the most important thing to me, is I need to see where my azopods are. You know, I need, like, the degrees and the percentages. I need to know my thrust rating, and I need to know my azopod, because I need to be able to set up for complex maneuvers. Let's say you wanted to translate to the left. You want to slide left. The azopod should look like this. IRL. Now, it's different in game than IRL. So this is what they should look like IRL. So they should essentially be 45, 45. And the way it works is this one here will be pushing the ship back and to the left. But the problem is it's going to try to turn the whole ship. So if you just relied on that one, if you just use that one azopod, it would cause the ship to turn, because this one's pulling on the port side. Cause the ship to turn. So nope, I have this backward. I have this wrong. Let me see. I'm trying to remember these. These are tough to remember. So I need to counteract the turn. So this one would pull the ship to the left, but it would also turn it. We don't want that. So what I need to do is this one. No, this is correct. This one would be thrusting this direction, which counteracts the turn. And then what I would do is, as I want to come more left, I need to start to angle this azopod. So this visually lets me see what the azopods are doing from the bridge. So that's the main thing. Yes, it's only 32. That's the problem. Is I wouldn't mind having a bigger display on this, but I'm just saying that I was just doing it as an example. Like you might be able to do, I don't know, yeah, because you have quite a bit of pixelation on this. Because like you zoom in on the pixelation, you can see like that right there is what one, like just across here is, oh my god, that's huge. 1, 2, give me, what the fuck, give me black pixels, you cuck. So yeah, whatever this is on pixels, but you'll see that's probably what, 20 pixels across right there. So yeah, but you know, it'd probably be better on a bigger screen, definitely. But the whole point is to have these both next to each other so that you can see, because when I'm actually operating this, like I can do some cool maneuvers if I have them, if I can visually see them, because I know what to do. So like right now, you would see they're both at this would be at 9270. So the right azipod would be at 90 degrees to the direction of the ship travel, and the port azipod is currently at 270. So we're at 9270. That means they're opposed to one another. Also, I can visually see they're at 9270. Now I want to steer, so we're going to turn away from the dock. So I'm just moving that starboard azipod. All right, now I want to straighten back out. We're going to straighten back out. So I've shifted over, and now I want to go forward. So we're going to go forward. All right, now I'm just going to use my port azipod to steer. So if I want to steer away from the dock, steer with the port azipod. Okay, now I want to go faster. So the nice thing, like I was talking yesterday, why these are so cool is you never change. Well, you do, but you don't have to change the thrust percentages. Want to stop? I never change the thrust. We're not going to change the thrust at all. We've stopped. All right, we want to go forward. All right, we want to go forward really fast. There we are, max speed. We want to go forward a little slower. Go 45, 45. All right, we want to go backwards, instantly backwards. There we go, we're backwards. We want to go backwards really fast. I want to go backwards slower. I want to stop. I want to go forwards. I want to go to the left. Or right, rather. I said left, but I should have said starboard. I want to go starboard rotation. I want to go starboard rotation really fast. I want to go starboard, and I want to go a little bit back. Starboard and a little bit back. I want to go all the way back. I'm going to try to get us to side strafe. I keep screwing it up, so I'm trying to get us a good side strafe here. It's hard to do with the game. The game's iffy with side strafing. I could do it, but it's tough to get them perfect. There we go. I'm going to side strafe now. There we go. A little bit of a side strafe, and then I have to steer with this one. So we're just going to steer. Nice, we're in a side strafe now. So there's a side strafe. Feel like I need to visually be able to see what the positions, and that's the one Lua project that is really interesting to me, because it's the one that I think Lua would very easily be able to show you. You know, I've done it before. I even do it in this. Let me see if I can stop these. I'll stop our motion. I can show you what my analogs look like. Didn't like that at all. I have to redo the stability system in this. The stability system is not set up for 360. It's set up for 180. So when it goes backwards, it doesn't know what to do, right? So if we look at bridge systems here, what I currently have is this is my azipod position, and this is my thrust. So, you know, theoretically I could do with dials, but I'd rather have that where it's like, if this was a whole monitor, if this was a 3x2, perfect. 3x2 would be beautiful. Put the two azipods, have them fill this entire area here, and then you could put in information like angles and thrust percentages there. That would be really cool. So that would be something I think would be really neat. Yes, do the camera display to shrink it down. Yep. Yeah. So that's like the one like Lua that I really want to do is because it's like I like analog stuff. Analog stuff is cool. Like here, I'll show you. This works fine without it. That's the latest one. Let's see. This one. So this is the standard. This is the standard 2111 here. Because I've been missing driving it from the bridge. I've been having to sit on the back. And you lose a bunch because this is the whole reason why you want a system like that. Kill the music. Turn the sound up a little bit. Let's see. Desync azipods. All right, so now if I go up, right? Okay, so I have to wait for them to catch up. This is the problem, is in real life, the reason why they stay thrusted up is when you have to go into reverse, it's very slow process to get into reverse. So if I want to go, so in this one, if I want to go to the left, that side strafe I just did, right? Let's stop. If I want to side strafe in this one, I need to go about 22.5 degrees, which is here. So there's 22.5 degrees right there. Okay. So I think actually would be, yeah, so there's 22.5. And then I need to go 22.5. I think it's opposite. Yeah, 22.5 the opposite direction. And then I need to come reverse on this one, and I need to go forward on this one. The problem is I have to stop the ship to do it, because if I don't stop the ship, it takes too long to get the engine in reverse, where by being able to rotate 360, you never put your engine in reverse, you just rotate it. And so now what I do is I'm going to go reverse on left and forward on right. So I'm just tapping them up in opposite. And so it takes a while for the engine to spool up, clutch in, and so you don't need to do that if you have it 360. There we go. So we're starting to side strafe now here. And it's different with forward back. So I'll start to turn us a little with the port azipod. There we go. And so now you can see I can side strafe us with this. If we're pushing backwards a little bit, so I need to thrust up the other side. That's the nice thing with the 360s. I don't have to change the thrust. See, this one beautifully goes sideways. I'm just not used to the 360s yet. I'm used to the 180s. Like 180s, I can steer much better. You can see how beautifully this goes sideways on this one. But 360 is the way they're supposed to be. So like if they were 360, this one would be pointing the opposite direction, and this one would be pointing the same direction it is currently. So I keep screwing up the orientation, but that's how you can do it. So that's where I think the gauge would be really helpful, because these are okay, but like actually visually being able to see where the azipod is sitting really helps you. Okay, oh my God, we're gonna hit something. No, we're not. We're gonna rotate us out, you know? So it's like the control on these ASD tugs is really fan-frickin-tastic. You know, and then you do stuff like this, which is fun. You can see just, you know, because these tugs are ASDs, they don't care what direction they're going. They don't care if they're forward and back. Now, I showed you, like, with the electric, with the one that I was showing you, the electric, the 360s. The 360s, I can instantly go forward and back. I can't on this. So, like, let's say I wanted to quickly go forward back on this one. I'll show you how long it takes and why I want to convert this over. So, if I want to, so we zero them out, we'll center them up. Let's center. I have a center button. Center buttons. Okay, so now we're going to go forward. So, you notice it's taking me time to spool up. I've been pressing the keys for a while now. With the other system, because I can put them 90 degrees out, I don't have to wait for them to stop. I don't stop my engines to stop. I just push them out. All right, so now, okay, I want to go in reverse. All right, max reverse. All right, stop. Push both of them in reverse as hard as I can. I've been pressing, I've been pressing, I've been pressing, I've been pressing. There we go. Okay, we're in reverse now. So you notice how long it takes me, and that's because these are 180 azipods instead of 360s. 360s, you saw how easy it was to go forward, back, sideways, forward, back, sideways. And that's the beauty of these tugs and why I love them so much, is it's just pure maneuverability. I'll bring up a quick video. Hopefully they don't boot my monetization for this shit. I hate it when they do that. Let's see. Try to find one with a maneuvering. Yeah, but that's the one thing. So I'll try to get, so kind of the plan here, Rasmus, is I want to, you know, I want to get done with this submarine. I'm going to get some tutorials done, but then I'm going to really want to work on this azipod system, and that's going to be when I really look to get on that. And so, yeah, we could schedule something to then to kind of get going and try to you know, do something. I'm trying to find a video of these dancing. Let me see if I can find one. ASD. Try to find a GIF. They're really cool, man. They're just like they're super ultra maneuverable. They're really cool to see. You guys can find some YouTube videos. I have to be careful playing them while I'm on my video. They'll try to boot the video if I do that. Let's see if I can find one really quick. But yeah, because it's so much quicker with that with that one. Trying to find you guys one of it maneuvering. But they're ultra maneuverable. Like they do like 360s. Like it's nothing. It's really pretty cool. Like here's a little bit of one to show you guys. Like this is Damon. Like you see, doing 360s. There was one like guy was really throwing it around fast. Like they can almost instantly turn around. Like this is a big ship, and they can just instantly like see he's just going backwards like it's just as easily as forwards. Here he's gonna spin it around. It looks like maybe. See, that's the controller. So it shows you the degrees. So that was another thing I would like on there is like say you had this would actually be better than the visual representation degrees. I actually like that. Let me see if I can get a compass rose. Oh, compass rose. Let's see if I may find the compass rose degrees. So it'd be kind of like this. Let's see if I can save this. So let's say we, what are you going to do? Windows, you're going to be a pain. So where's the compass rose? So here's a compass rose. And so essentially we would go... So essentially be kind of like this. You wouldn't have these northwests. You wouldn't have all those headings. You wouldn't need them. You would essentially, 360 would be the front of the tugboat. So you don't need all that crap. So yeah, so it'd be something like this. So this would be really, like, yeah, we're not going to be able to do all of this, but like, you know, I think that's why I think you're gonna have to do percentages. It's not gonna be able to be this technical, I don't think. So like this compass rose, yeah, this ideally would be kind of how you'd want it, but you know, not gonna be able to get that on there. So like the compass would be over that, and so like 360 would be straight ahead with the boat, 90 would be to the side, 180 would be astern. You know, you want to go 10 degrees more, you go from 180 to 190. So, you know, I don't think that's going to be possible, but putting a visual representation of just the degrees. So, you know, you're at 180. You want to go 10 degrees more, it's 190. So that's got me excited to do some Lua, and I kind of have to get excited. It's kind of not my forte. So, but I think that would be fun. So, yeah, but we'll have to do it sometime, Rasmus. I have not been ignoring it. It's just... been busy and not really motivated to do it, but I'll get motivated. So you see this ship performs better doing its maneuvers because it's designed to go, the fins in there are designed to work correctly. This one, they're not, so I need to work the fins. So like what should be happening now is the fins in the front don't know what to do, but with the physics sensor, what I'm going to do now with the physics sensor is there'll be a physics sensor in each azipod. There'll be a physics sensor in each of these skegs, and that will automatically keep it stable. So I need to work on these systems, but yeah, that'll be fun. But I do look forward to doing that there, Rasmus. So. All right, let's wrap this shabazz up. Let's figure this final test here. I'm losing my voice. Now, where did this get to? I might have to increase the ballast on this. That's what it's looking like. Are we down to 6, really? Okay, I need to increase the ballast on this. That's it on this ballast? Okay, I need to work on this. Let's save this. I'll play with this off screen later. So I'm thrilled we got the fracturing tower working nicely. So that's awesome. I will put out a tutorial, try to get that done and out. The what do you call it? Build Challenge Hotel has been extended to the 9th please get your stuff done for that. I don't, I want people to be able to work on the big man if they're going to do the big man challenge. So, temp is down on this, so I don't know why, but I'll check it. Oil's in there, temperature's down. Yeah, so this is down now. I'm curious why. So, don't know why. Could be because I went away from it. I don't know. But I'll work on this one here. So, save this up. But it was up to 340 for a while there. So, I'll babysit this more off screen and see what's going on with that. Thought I had an idea for sending power to a 360 pivot and pivot with power through. Put power set to 0 on turret ring drive. Oh yeah, yeah. It's hokey, man. I would be so thrilled if the devs would give us 360-degree power pivots, because that's the only thing that kind of is screwing me a little bit. Is like I have to. It worked all right. You saw the power was fine in the ASD tug. It really isn't. The problem is going to be this. Is I think I'm going to get screwed on. I think I'm going to get screwed on torque. So I'm going to have to really down torque those. And the electric motors, see, notice the pumps just popped in. The pumps, that's why some people lose their pumps, is the pumps spawn in after you teleport. And the pumps are not, I think for some people, I don't know if it's their computers is too slow or what, but it literally has never happened to me. But I'll show you here if I can get to it. Where are the pumps here? Inside. I can't get in there. Let's see. Where do I have a base that I own? Probably here. I might be able to turn fast enough. You'll notice the pumps when you teleport, they spawn in like a fraction after. Those were in already. Okay. But sometimes the pumps take a second to spawn in. But yeah. But yeah, so that's why I had to do ASD, do the electrics. That's like my biggest ask from the devs. I should put in a proper feature request for that. But it's like, I don't think it's huge, man. Especially, you don't need a real linkage in game to do it. It's fake, so it's not like you have to do it. But just give us a torque port here and a torque port here, and give us a liquid port here and a liquid port there, so we can rotate 360. Perfect, beautiful, done. That's all it would take. So I should do a proper feature request instead of just yelling into the ether like I am currently. So I'll do a feature request. I'll show the devs why it would make a difference. I'll show them all the different reasons, the different design choices we could make if we had that option. And I think that's how you kind of get through to them, is like show that it's worth their time, because there's so many things that need work and so many features that people have been asking for that you need to demonstrate that enough people would want it that it would make sense. That's it. Me would be good is not a good feature request. Explaining exactly why. This is the dozen things you could use with this. That's like, I want to do a hydraulic write-up, how many cool things we can make with hydraulics, because that would show them that people would enjoy playing this game for more hours, recommend it to their friends if they had this feature. So, yar. All right, let's get ready. I think I'm going to wrap it up here. So special thanks to all the members. I certainly appreciate you guys for being members. We have Side Mountain, Connor O'Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, and FS Gamer. Aaron in the chat today. Who else was in? I think Connor was in. Connor's in the chat today. Yep. Sergeant Chaos in the chat today. Most of the members are in. FS Gamer in the chat today. So who are we missing? Danny is and Side of Mountain's a friend IRL. So yep. So thank you guys for being members. Really appreciate you guys. If you see a green name in the chat, those are members. I certainly appreciate you guys being members. That helps out the channel a lot. Chickasaur is a patron. If you're interested in any of that, patron or membership, that is down in the description below. I really appreciate you guys for that. Appreciate all of the subscribers. If you guys have not yet subscribed, please consider subscribing. I really appreciate that. And if you guys will go back and like the video and any that you see that you do like, I don't ask you to like anything you don't like, but if you do like it, please like it, because that makes it so the YouTube's shows favors on me. So I appreciate that. So thank you guys for watching and hanging out, and we'll see you in the next one.